Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. Appreciate you guys joining us on a Saturday night, watching the Braves and Nets, and then we'll follow it up with the LA Angels versus the Seattle Mariners. Thank you guys so much for joining us on Tuesday. Had a great trade deadline with you guys. Put out a whole bunch of videos since then. So appreciate you guys for joining us on those as well. Thank you very much. We're already in the bottom of the first of the Braves and Mets game. We had a error anyway that allowed Lindor to reach, and then Alonso just got a base hit. Darren Ruff is up now. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Welcome back, Ryan. What about Juan Soto? One and two now here on Darren Ruff. He came over from the Giants at the deadline. Yep. Base hit here would be nice for the Mets. The 1-2 pitch by Fried. Swing and a miss. And that's the end of the first. No runs, no hits, 1 error for the Braves. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Mets. Appreciate you guys joining us here on a Saturday night. We're going to go through pretty much the entire league, see what trades were made, see how they stack up now as they try to push for the postseason, see how they fall out of postseason contention, that kind of a thing. Rangers, of course, sold off Matt Bush. They're looking to sell, or they're looking to kind of tank a little bit here as the season winds down, bring up some young guys. We've already seen them call up a couple of different young players, Bubba Thompson and Cole Ragans. On the other end of the spectrum, you have teams like the San Diego Padres who geared up and added Juan Soto, Brandon Drury, who actually hit a grand slam in his first game with the San Diego Padres. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Yeah, I saw Jordan Montgomery was starting, kind of flipping between a couple of games. That was one of them I was watching. Let me see where we're at in that one. Going against his former team, the Yanks, too. He looks awfully nervous facing his former team. Thanks for the like. Appreciate that. Matt Carpenter, the longtime Cardinal, returning to St. Louis. He was emotional when he saw his kid kind of return to Busch Stadium anyway. Just all the memories that he has created there. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Jordan Montgomery, it's in the top of the first, 1 out, runners on first and second. Judge is on second right now. Gleyber Torres is up, and that one looks like a double play ball, and it is. Montgomery gets out of it. Nice piece of work there. Max Scherzer out for his second inning of work. Mets have a great 1-2 in their rotation, DeGrom and Scherzer. Of course, it's all about health with both of those pitchers. On Corbin? Patrick Corbin? Swing and a miss there by Riley. And he's behind in the count now, 1-2. I haven't seen any news on Patrick Corbin. What makes you think he's a slime ball anyway? Just a bad contract, that kind of thing, or did something happen? Well, I mean, what do you want him to do? Return the money? Well, I mean, the team did agree to give him that kind of money. It did win him a World Series, so even if he's as terrible as the worst pitcher ever in Major League history, he won you a World Series. He did his job. Now, could he eventually become a better pitcher? Of course. But it seems like that's not anytime soon. Sorry, Nationals fans, you're going to have a long couple of years. Trading away Soto and Bell. Swing and a miss there by Riley. And he goes down on strikes. Scherzer up to 20 pitches now. Austin Riley signed that 10-year contract, $212 million deal. Welcome in, Cobra. Well, they do have the prospects now to trade for him. I don't think they will. I think they'll look more the free agency route before they do anything else. Eddie Rosario due up next, hitting 183 on the year. Far cry from what his production was in the postseason last year. But if I had to guess, I'd say the Nationals are going to be a player for free agents. Probably for starting pitching first and then kind of build forward from there. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Just watching some baseball on a Saturday evening. Braves and Mets right now. Heavy overshift right now against Rosario of the Braves. Scherzer are headed 0-2 now. Swing and a miss, completely overmatched. Yeah, that was one of them I was thinking about doing tonight. We'll probably check in a lot on that game. The late game tonight I wouldn't expect it to be too competitive. I mean, the Angels are not a good team. They traded away a bunch of pieces. So we'll probably check in a lot on that one. If they had only started a little bit later, we'd probably be doing that game completely. 2 outs now. Scherzer's first pitch is right down the middle to d'Arnaud. 0-1. Working quickly. The pitch just off the plate. 1-1. All right, so I got a question for you, Cobra. Now that the deadline has passed, what would you say about your Padres? Do you like all the moves they made? Moving Rogers, bringing in Hader, getting rid of Voit and Hosmer off the Major League roster, bringing in Bell at first base, bringing in Drury, and, of course, the biggest acquisition, Juan Soto. Do you like your chances in a 7-game series now? Or do you still think you're a piece or two away in the bullpen? That's kind of what I was thinking. I like the starting pitching. I wonder a little bit about that bullpen. Just a little bit. Of course, now that there's not a waiver trade deadline as well, you're going to see a lot of DFA claims and that kind of thing. d'Arnaud pokes this one down the right field line, gets down. Diving catch is not made there. Goes all the way to the wall, but d'Arnaud looks like he's going to stop at second with a double. Nice piece of hitting there. I was a little bit surprised the Mets didn't acquire a catcher. Same thing with the Padres. Thought that would really have rounded out their teams. On the whole, I like the moves that the Mets made. I just think they could have done just a little bit more. The Phillies, I think, really helped themselves, bringing in Thor, David Robertson, and Brandon Marsh. They should solidify that final wild card spot over the Cardinals, even after the Cardinals bring in Quintana and Montgomery. This one popped over to first base, and Alonso is that rough at first base today? In either event, that's the third out of the inning. The Mets will have Escobar, Canna, and Guillorme due up in the bottom of the second. As we mentioned, now the trade deadline's gone, we'll kind of go through all the standings, every team, see where their position is in the standings, what we could expect down the stretch from each team. And then later on, we'll check in with all the different teams around the NFL, seeing the moves that they made and where we expect the season to kind of wind up. We'll be starting a podcast over on Anchor within the next week. So keep your eyes peeled for that. We'll post a video on here, let you guys know when the first one will be released. We'll also be starting up a Patreon next week as well. We'll have some exclusive content for you guys going over kind of what I originally intended this thing to be. As far as here at the Upside, we like to take a look at the next step in the sports storyline. So now that the trade deadline is over, the next step, of course, is going to be what happens during the offseason with Shohei Ohtani, those type of pieces, free agency for Trey Turner, Carlos Correa, and then the next offseason, who are the next big free agents to come available? What can we expect for teams in a couple of years? Who will be the contenders? Who will be out of the mix? That kind of thing. So that's kind of what we could, or what you guys can expect on Patreon. We'll also do some special video or special content on there as well. So make sure you keep it tuned here to the Upside. Here on YouTube, we'll post when we're going to start those. Give you guys links for that as well. You can also follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. But as I mentioned, we'll be starting that podcast next week. Got most of the first podcast already taped for you guys. Probably run about 30 minutes in length. That way on your drive to work, you can listen. On your way home, you can listen. Back out here for the second is Max Fried. The lefty to work to Eduardo Escobar, the third baseman today. Escobar hitting .220 with 12 homers and 43 RBIs this year. Hall of Fame game went down on Thursday anyway. Field of Dreams game coming up next week. We will not be covering that. We'll put out a bunch of videos that day, but that's the day we'll probably end up posting one of the podcast videos or podcasts that we're going to put out. And then also probably start the Patreon next Thursday as well. That's our tentative goal right now. Our goal is to probably put out 3 podcasts a week. See how y'all respond to it. Patreon will probably start with 3, just to kind of give you guys a taste of what you guys can expect on there. We'll probably put out 3 of them on Patreon. And then we'll move over probably to a once a week type of thing with Patreon as well. Those will be a little bit more longer format videos for you guys to take in. One away here in the bottom of the second. Adrianza getting the start for the Braves today. He came over from the Nationals. He has struggled at the plate so far this year, but he's a good utility infielder. Low-cost acquisition for the Braves. That's what they did last year, and that's what got them to a World Series. So they're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle once again. Canna takes strike 1 right at the knees. Canna's had his struggles this year, but hopefully with having more options on the bench for Buck Showalter, they don't have to put him in situations where he's not going to be successful. Maximize that production out of that spot. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. That one upstairs, and it's 1-1. But as I was saying, that podcast or the podcast will probably be posting on Thursday, Patreon as well, and we'll let you guys, or we'll send the link to you guys as soon as we get both of those up and running. That one just misses off the inside corner. 2-1 now. Fried is set. And the pitch. That one in the dirt. 3-1. Braves tried to replenish their farm system ahead of the deadline this year, trading away Drew Waters, who was their top prospect. However, he had stalled out his status at AAA, and so they sent him away to the Royals before the MLB draft for the number 35 pick. Welcome back, Texas Liberty. Appreciate it. Got another Mets fan in there. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. 3-2 now as Freed gets the strike call there. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. After the bottom half of this inning, we'll probably go through the AL standings anyway, and then go the rest of the way through the standings the rest of the evening as well. And as I mentioned, we'll go through the NFL training camps as well later on this evening. This one flied out to right. Acuna jogs back to the wall and makes a nice catch there. If you guys haven't paid any attention, Ronald Acuna made a ridiculous grab at the wall, leaping over the wall anyway, making a catch against Pete Alonso. Soto home run tonight. Okay. You'd like to see one for the Pods? It's going to be Padres versus Dodgers tonight. We'll probably cover quite a bit of that game, as I don't expect the late game to be too competitive. Of course, the Angels are out of playoff contention. As much as they'd like to tell their fan base they're still in it, they sold at the deadline. They weren't in it before that. I still don't understand their messaging that they're sending out to fans. Their stance on Shohei Ohtani is even more odd. We'll get into that a little bit tonight as well. Just to give you guys a little taste of what we're going to be going into on the Patreon, that one of our first items on there is going to be about the MLB offseason, about the Shohei Ohtani situation. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you. Up over 15 now. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. 1-1 now to Guillorme. The Freed is set, and the pitch. Tapped foul, and it's 1-2. Mets down to their final strike here in the bottom of the second. The set by Freed, and the pitch. Beautiful bender there, and that one's right at the knees. Guillorme has a few words for the home plate umpire. Shakes his head in disgust. Has a few words. Now is listening to the umpire. Welcome in, Bernard. Appreciate you joining us again. Good pitchers duel so far. Freed versus Scherzer. For the Braves, it'll be Michael Harris II due up first, followed by Adrianza, and then Ronald Acuna. Harris, one of the NL Rookie of the Year candidates. All right, but as I mentioned, after the bottom half of this inning, we're going to go ahead and go through the AL standings. So let's kind of get right into it, shall we? All right. As things stand right now, your division leaders are the Yankees, Astros, and Twins, all of which added at the deadline. Yankees added in Andrew Benintendi, a couple of bullpen arms in Trevino and Efros. They also added Frankie Montas. They also brought in Harrison Bader. For the Astros, they brought in Trey Mancini and Christian Vasquez from the Orioles and Red Sox, respectively. For the Twins, they were one of my winners at the trade deadline. They brought in Tyler Mahle from the Reds and Jorge Lopez from the Baltimore Orioles as well. All three of those teams I expect to make the playoffs. As of right now, your wild card teams are the Toronto Blue Jays, Tampa Bay Rays, and the Seattle Mariners. Mariners, though, have been struck by the injury bug a little bit now, so we'll see if they can maintain that wild card spot. Toronto's starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Their offense is finally coming around. Whit Merrifield, the acquisition there, certainly helping out, especially with Springer still recovering from his injuries. Tampa made a few around the edges moves at the deadline as well. Mariners, they, of course, made the big move for Luis Castillo, and then as the injury bug started hitting them, they added a few other pieces, brought in Jake Lamb, Matt Boyd, and Kurt Casale. Nobody's really going to move the needle, but MLBers nonetheless, and able to kind of keep the ship afloat until their big guns get back. Harris digging in here against Scherzer here in the top of the third. First pitch well off the plate inside, and it's 1-0. Braves are 64 and 44. Mets are 68 and 39. That one right at the top of the zone, swung on and missed by Harris, 1-1. Welcome in, Declan. Well, I think the Brewers are going to end up taking the division. Let me see it real quick. Okay, so I think the Brewers are going to end up taking the division. I think St. Louis is going to start to fall back as we get further along here in the season. I like their acquisitions at the back end of their starting rotation. However, I don't think they're going to have the same success that they had a year ago with Lester and Happ. These two back into the rotation pieces aren't going to help them nearly as much as the acquisition of Noah Syndergaard, Brendan Marsh, and David Robertson will for the Phillies. I just really like where this Phillies team is headed. As of right now, there's a three-way tie for that final wild card spot. Of course, one of those wild cards is also the division leader in the Central right now. The Giants, of course, held on to Rodon and Jock Peterson at the deadline in a little bit of a surprising move. 2-2 now on Harris. And the pitch. Popped into center, drifting back, and making the catch is Nimmo. But just kind of going through the rest of the standings in the NL, I expect the Dodgers to end up taking the NL West. Mets and Braves are going to compete. Phillies winning 9-0. Yeah. Telling you, Philadelphia is going to get better and better, especially with Bryce Harper coming back eventually. Padres are going to get even better with Fernando Tatis Jr. coming back within the next week or so. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you guys liking and subscribing to us. But if I had to pick your division winners, Dodgers, Mets, or Braves, I think it's going to be interchangeable as we go down the stretch here. And Milwaukee take the crown. Whichever team doesn't win the division between the Mets and Braves gets the second wild card, I believe. The first wild card, I think, is going to end up going to the San Diego Padres. And then the Phillies take the final spot in the NL. For the American League, I think the division winners right now are as they're going to be at the end of the season. Yankees, Astros, and Twins, as long as all three stay healthy. The one team I think might end up getting close to the division crown is the Toronto Blue Jays. I just don't think there's enough time in the season left for them to get that high. I just really like the way their team is going. Added a couple pieces in the bullpen. Added a rotation piece at that number 5 spot. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all 15 of you guys. But I like Mitch White coming over from the Dodgers. Dodgers were very interesting at the deadline. They did a little bit of adding and subtracting, bringing in Joey Gallo, sending out Mitch White. Made a couple other moves as well around the edges. But your wild cards in the American League, I believe, are going to be the Blue Jays, the Mariners, and I think Tampa Bay is going to lock up that final wild card spot. The Orioles are going to be right there. The White Sox are going to be right there. I just don't think there's enough time for the White Sox to really get enough health back in their lineup. Robert is right back in the lineup right now, and he's an MVP candidate when healthy, but that's been the trouble for him, staying healthy. That pitch misses just low to Adrianza, and it's 3-2 now. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. We'll be going straight through both of our games of the doubleheader. As I mentioned, we'll also be checking in quite a bit on that Padres and Dodgers game. That one right at the top of the zone. That's a strikeout. Scherzer's got it working so far. The one worry I have if you're a Mets fan is both your number 1 and 2 pitchers have their own health issues going down the stretch here. That's why I was wondering if they would bring in another arm here at the deadline. You don't want to overwork those arms. Bullpen help would have been very nice. They did tinker a little bit around the edges with those. Ronald Acuna due up. He struck out back in the first inning. Best on best here for the Mets and Braves. First pitch, though, is popped up behind home plate. Giving it a look and making the catch behind home plate And that's the end of the top of the third. To the bottom half we go. It'll be Nitto the catcher, who just made that nice catch, followed by Brandon Nimmo and Starling Marte. Appreciate all 17 of you guys joining us. Will the Giants lose a lot of pieces this offseason? Yes and no. I think they were expecting to lose a lot of pieces this offseason just because of the age of their team. I think that they're going to have to turn over that roster a little bit. The one piece I'm curious about, if they're able to sneak him away from the New York Yankees, is Aaron Judge. They were in the Bryce Harper sweepstakes all the way to the very end. They've been in on a number of different free agents in recent years. The Giants do have a nice record as far as bringing in free agents. They just haven't been able to get that number one guy that they would like to have in their outfield. That outfield hasn't been the same over the past 5-6 years, but it seems like they're willing to invest quite a bit of money in that spot. But as far as the Giants, I expect them to be right there for Aaron Judge. I'm curious, though, if they're going to bring back Carlos Rodon. He's been fantastic for the Giants this year. I expect him to get probably a 5-year, $125 million deal, something like that, as long as he stays healthy and keeps that velocity up the rest of the year. The injury issues that he had after the end of last season, of course, were why he had to sign kind of a prove-it type of a deal this year with the Giants in the 2-year deal with an option after the first year. That's why I believe he will opt out. Of course, you still have Longoria there, Crawford, Belt, a lot of aging players. I expect to leave that team. They're going to be going a little bit younger. I expect them to be very active in free agency. They, of course, have brought in a number of starting pitchers over the last couple of years. DeSclafani, Alex Cobb, Alex Wood. They, of course, have the breakout starting pitcher of Logan Webb there still. He's going to head that rotation. Curious, though, if they're going to keep Rodon. I just think his price is going to get a little too high, especially for how much they're willing to invest in a guy like Aaron Judge. I think if they don't get Aaron Judge, they're going to pivot and put that money in another outfielder, though. So the Giants should be good again. They always are right around 500. They never really have a horrible season, but I don't think they're that 107-win team we saw last year. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for the like. Remember to subscribe to us here on YouTube and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Freed is out here for his third inning of work. Nothing our score so far through 2.5. That one just off the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Looking at the reverse side of the standings anyway, right now the worst record in the league belongs to the Washington Nationals. They traded away a couple of pieces here at the deadline, so you can expect them to try to get the number one pick in the draft and turn this around even quicker. They have a number of top prospects on their in their system now. They have a starting staff that's going to be led by Josiah Gray and Mackenzie Gore going forward, so they should be fantastic in a couple of years. If the Yankees don't make a deep run in the playoffs, I think Aaron Judge might not try to resign. I don't think that the postseason run this year will have any impact on whether or not Aaron Judge stays or not. I think that the Yankees are the Yankees. They're always going to be in the postseason, or at least right around there. It's very rare when the Yankees miss a postseason. So I think that's neither here nor there when it comes to Aaron Judge. Now, for other players on that roster, maybe that might be a make or break thing for them, as they're going to have to lure in or try to keep in Aaron Judge. So missing out on a postseason or missing out on a deep run in the postseason, if you're the Yankees, might cost you a few extra dollars for Aaron Judge. But I think if Aaron Judge wants to stay in New York, he will. The only question is, are the Yankees willing to offer him that much money? That's why I think the Giants and teams like the Rangers will have a serious chance to sign him away if the Yankees are strict on their budget. Nitto lines this one into left, over the head and off the wall over Rosario. That one gets into second, or as Nitto gets into second, excuse me. Leadoff double here for the Mets catcher. Nitto says, what catching acquisition do we need to make? I'm here. Gets his 9th double of the season. 105 off the bat. Nice piece of hitting there. And that'll flip the lineup over again to the top of the order with Brandon Nimmo. 0 for 1 already today. On paper, best team in MLB, who? Or are you asking me who I think is the best team on paper? Oh, okay. So best team on paper. Let's start with the National League. I think it's clearly between the Dodgers, Mets, Braves, and Padres. I really like the rotation for the Padres. I like the lineup now as well. Um, the Braves added a lot around the edges, but I don't think any of them were consequential moves. So I think that eliminates them. Mets, I really like their lineup as well, but I think there was another move out there that they could have made to make that lineup even better in JD Martinez and Wilson Contreras. So I'm going to eliminate them. The Dodgers, even though they've been fantastic and have, I think, one of the best records, if not the best record in baseball. Yeah, they have the best record in baseball. I like their starting pitching probably the most, but I worry about that lineup. They haven't gotten much production out of it. So if I had to say a team out west that I like the most right now, it's going to be the San Diego Padres. Now for the American League, if you paid any attention to my previous lives, I told you how much that I am a little bit of a Twins fan. So make sure you kind of take that with a grain of salt. I like the moves that they made. I think they are right now a contender in the American League. Do I think they're a favorite in the American League? No, but I really like the moves that they made, strengthening that bullpen, strengthening that starting staff. But Astros, of course, dealt from a position of strength in starting pitcher, trading away Jake Odorizzi. I think they should have made a move, though, for a starting center fielder. That's, I think, the one piece that they could have added at the deadline to really push them over the top. They have the best starting pitching on paper right now in the American League. So just kind of keep that in mind. For the Yankees, I like the moves that they made, but I think they went cheap with almost every single one of them. I thought they could do a little bit more this offseason, going after Carlos Correa instead of making the trade for Josh Donaldson. I thought they could have done a little bit better going after a number one marquee player like Shohei Ohtani at the deadline, but the Angels weren't really interested in that. I thought they should have gone then to Luis Castillo. Instead, the Mariners were willing to give up more for him. But I do like the acquisition of Montas. I wonder a little bit about the moves for Benintendi and Bader. I think both of them are luxury items. I think they should have addressed that bullpen just a little bit more, and I've been a little bit more aggressive on that starting staff as well. They acquired Montas, however, they traded away Montgomery. The one issue that I had with them at the beginning of the season was their starting pitching, and that's still the same question I have right now. 3-1 to Marte with one out here in the bottom of the third. But as I was saying, the one issue I still have with the Yankees is their starting pitching. They haven't done anything to really solve it. So if I had to pick a team in the American League, it would be the Toronto Blue Jays. Both of the teams I like the most in both leagues are wild card teams. I like the acquisitions they made. I like the bullpens of both teams. I think that the Padres could be a little bit better, but I like the starting staff a little bit more. Plus, that lineup is going to be much better than the Dodgers come playoff time. Not saying that they're the top three of the Dodgers are worse than the top three of the Padres. I just think that the full lineup will bear fruit in the postseason, whereas the Dodgers are going to have some holes in their lineup from spots 5 through 9. The Dodgers have Bauer, Buehler, Kershaw out, even though Bauer's on a suspension. Yeah, that's the one worry I have about the Dodgers. Their starting pitching is very good, but it is a little bit thin. If an injury happens, say if Kershaw has a dead arm again, Bauer's still on his suspension, Dustin May is coming off of a Tommy John. If you get an injury to Urias or Buehler, you're in hot water going forward. But as I was saying, I like Toronto best in the American League, and I like the Padres best right now in the National. Base hit there by Lindor, and the bases are now loaded. Here in the bottom of the third, Mets getting something going. Pete Alonso due up. Nowhere to put him, though. Braves finding themselves in a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the third. Only one away. Hoping for a double play ball here. Thank you guys for joining us. Up to 15 of y'all watching. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe for us. Score is still nothing. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Braves anyway. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Mets. Alonso did have a single out to left in the first, hitting .280 with 29 home runs and a .907 OPS. Tune in if you guys are in the market for those teams. If not, make sure you join us here and hit that subscribe and like button. Bottom of the third, base is loaded. Nothing is the score. Mets threatening here. Free to set. And the pitch. This one lifted, blooped down to the right field line in front of Acuna. That one gets down. 1 run will score, and I think that's going to be it. But that's the first run of the game. Pete Alonso gets the job done. 1-0 Mets. Bases are still going to be loaded, this time for Darren Ruff. Darren Ruff, of course, came over from the Giants at the deadline for basically a grab bag full of lottery tickets. Giants are very happy to take that type of return. Doesn't really hurt their team this year or next year, and they get some lottery tickets going forward for prospects. Mound visit here for the Braves, discussing how they want to handle this. Ruff hitting .219 on the year, .704 OPS. Has had a nice year with the Giants. Power's back a little bit for him. 11 home runs, 40 RBIs. Yeah. I think the Phillies are going to be good this year as far as rounding out the bottom end of the postseason, but I don't think they're going to make any noise this year. Next year, though, I think you're going to add a starting pitcher, and I think you're going to add a shortstop, and then you should be much better. Castellanos with another year in Philadelphia should be better as well. So that lineup, which we all thought was going to be great this year, really hasn't been the calling card for the Phillies so far this year, especially with Harper out due to injury. Ruff grounds this one to first, flipped on to second, and the double play is not turned. Running home, though, is another Met as Fried tries to flip it, stumbling over, bounces it twice into home, and does not get the runner there. Looks like Lindor. Fried is hurt, though. He's down on the ground. Starting pitcher for the Braves. Took a tumble as he tried to flip that one home. Trainer is out for him. Lindor signaling over to the Braves dugout for them to get somebody over there. They have the trainer over there talking to him now. Maybe he hit his head on the ground as he took a dive there. But in either event right now, the Mets are in front 3-0. Runners will be on first and third. We'll see if Fried is able to continue. He has his eyes closed right now. You got to wonder if he did hit his head on the ground, if there's concussion protocol for him to go through. It's like he toe-picked when he was trying to throw that one home. Olsen was able to deliver the ball over to second base and get the out there. Fried looks like he wants to try to stay in the game, so they're going to walk with him out to the mound, see if he can continue. But as it stands right now, 3-0 Mets. My bad, it'll be one runner on first. That was a horrible throw over to first. Fried didn't get over there in time either. Yep, he actually clipped his own heels and kind of landed awkwardly on his left arm. That's his throwing arm, by the way. One bounce, kind of a two-hopper into home. Darno able to keep it in front of him with a dive as well. Fried says he's good to go. We'll see. I'm still wondering if they're going to keep it going here or not. Looks like the trainer gives him the thumbs up and says, give it a shot. Three nothing though. Mets in front. Ruff coming through or getting the job done on that one. Looked like a surefire double play ball originally, but because of the heavy shift on, Fried wasn't able to get over there in time. And the poor throw from second as well. That just took a little bit too much time for that to develop. Escobar is up. He is 0 for 1 so far today. The pitch by Fried right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Yeah, the Nats are going to be a tough team to, try to lose to this year. So if you're trying to win a postseason spot, or if you're trying to lose games, try to get the number one pick anyway, the Nationals are going to have something to say about that. That one flied out to center. Finally, the end of the third has happened. However, the Mets are able to scratch across 3 runs. No runs, 1 hit, 2 errors for the Braves. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Mets. We go to the top of the 4th. Scherzer will come back out. He's due to face Swanson Matt Olson and Austin Riley, the 2-3-4 in the Braves lineup. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like button on here and subscribe to us here on YouTube if you haven't. As I was mentioning earlier, we're going to be starting up our podcast Thursday as well as our Patreon. We'll send you guys the link through our Twitter anyway, as well as post a video of it on YouTube as well. That way you guys can stay in touch with us. Podcast will post about 3 a week, about 30 minutes in length. That way you can listen to them on your way into work. Our Patreon will put out 3 videos originally, and then we'll kind of scale it back probably to about 1 a week anyway, some longer content videos, a lot of what-if type of things that we were trying to do originally with the Upside here. Here at the Upside, we like to look at the next step in the sports storyline. So, for instance, now that the deadline is passed, what's going to happen next? Shohei Ohtani is going to be hitting the market at the winter meetings this year. Trey Turner is a free agent. Dansby Swanson is a free agent. Xander Bogaerts, Carlos Correa. This offseason is going to be fire for Major League Baseball. We thought that the winner last year was the winner of the shortstop. Well, it's another winner of the shortstop this year for baseball. So expect a few of those type of videos on our Patreon account. When we get that up and going, we will send you a message here on YouTube, make a video about it for you guys, and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN, and we'll keep you guys updated. Heading to the top of the 4th anyway, Swanson 0 for 1 so far today, as are Olson and Riley. Swanson hitting .294 on the year, an .810 OPS. Looking to build on some of those power numbers so far this year. That'll really help boost his value in free agency, I believe. That batting average certainly helps in a platform year, having possibly his best year as a member of the Atlanta Brave organization. The 0-1, well outside, and it's 1-1. As we mentioned, we'll be covering a little bit of that Padres and Dodger game this evening. And then the late game today was the Angels and Mariners. We'll probably catch the tail end of that one after the Padres and Dodgers. Swung on and missed by Swanson, and it's 1-2. Looking at the reverse side of the standings, we already mentioned that the Nationals are far and away the worst team in baseball right now with only 36 wins. However, the Oakland A's are only a few games back with 41 wins. The Tigers and Royals have 42, as do the Reds and Pirates anyway. There's a whole slew of teams right between 43 and 48 wins. So that's going to probably be your top 10 in the MLB draft next year. 2-2 now to Swanson. Central. I'm in the Central time zone. Texas to be more specific anyway. That one right there on the outside corner. Swanson knew it. Scherzer's always been a little bit of a strikeout pitcher. Gets the strikeout there. The Braves have their core locked up for the next 8 years, though. That's a big advantage the Braves have going forward with Acuna, Olson, Riley, and Albies all locked up. Got to wonder if they're going to lock up Dansby Swanson next during free agency this offseason. Austin Riley just agreeing to that 10-year, $212 million contract extension. Olson takes strike one on the outside corner. But as I was mentioning, that wild card race in the American League, I think is going to come down to Tampa, Baltimore, and the White Sox for that final spot. I don't think there's going to be enough momentum for the Guardians to keep this going. I think they're going to trail off towards the end of the year. Same thing with Boston. But if I had to guess, I still think Tampa's going to end up taking it. But I think the White Sox could be right there. It all depends on health for them. If they're able to get healthy and stay healthy and consistently play winning baseball, they did acquire Jake Diekman from the Red Sox at the trade deadline in exchange for Reese McGuire, dealing from a position of strength at catcher. 1-2 now on Olson. That could be the one surprise team that I see possibly climbing their way into the wild card positioning. Olson pops this one up and out of play. 1-2 it remains. As I mentioned, we'll be doing a doubleheader tonight and a doubleheader tomorrow as well. Tonight we're doing the the Braves and Mets that we're watching right now. That one misses well outside, and it's 2-2. We'll probably check in quite a bit on the Padres and Dodgers game, but the nightcap will be the Angels and Mariners. That one will probably get started right as this one's ending. Unfortunately, the Padres and Dodgers game is going to start about an hour before that. Otherwise, that would be the game we do. Olsen lines this one, beats the shift into right field. A diving attempt there by Guillorme and is unable to take it down. I will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start with the 11:05 game, the Astros versus the Guardians. Tempted to check in a little bit on that Yankees game as that game kind of winds down. That'll be Frankie Montas's first start as a member of the New York Yankees tomorrow. The late game, Sunday Night Baseball, will be doing as well. Padres versus Dodgers. Monday night, we'll be doing a little bit of streaming as well. Depending on how quickly I get out of work, we might be doing either the Giants and Padres or the Yankees and Mariners. Just kind of depends on how things fall. Tuesday, we'll post a bunch of videos for you guys. We will not be doing a live stream on Tuesday, this time anyway. Got a lot of events that I got to take care of, unfortunately, but we'll make sure you guys stay up to date with what's going on with your favorite team. As we mentioned, preseason has already begun for the NFL Hall of Fame game happening this Thursday. Jaguars versus the Raiders. Trayvon Walker, the top pick of the Jaguars, looking like the real deal. Did get a sack in that game as well. But again, it's preseason, so take everything with a grain of salt. Everybody looks like Hercules at times in the preseason. Little roller over to second. Riley is able to beat it out, though, at first. One out is recorded at second, though, on the force. 2 away now in the top of the fourth. On Wednesday, we'll be doing a doubleheader, though. We'll be doing the Marlins versus Phillies on Wednesday. That'll be Sandy Alcantara versus Noah Syndergaard in Syndergaard's first start for the Philadelphia Phillies. I believe that's the day he's scheduled to begin. I think. I can't remember, but I think that's the day. And in the late game, that'll be the Dodgers versus the Twins. Sonny Gray versus Clayton Kershaw are the probable starters in that one. And Thursday, as I mentioned, we'll be posting a few podcast episodes out there, posting a few videos as well on YouTube, and we'll be starting up our Patreon, so make sure you keep an eye out for those. Oh, he did start Thursday? Okay. I didn't get a chance to pay attention on Thursday. I was too busy watching that Hall of Fame game and getting a few other things done. So it'll be Syndergaard's second start for the Phillies then. Yeah. He's got a 3.83 earned run average before that start anyway. So he wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire. That strikeout rate, though, the 45%, that's what you really like if you're a Phillies fan. If you can get that in short stints in the postseason, maybe get 4 innings out of him in a Game 4 type of start, and then piggyback him with another starter. Let Thor really air it out. Maybe you're able to catch a team off guard in that wild card round. Rosario pops this one into center. This is going to be the third out here. And through 3.5, it's Mets 3, Braves nothing. Woj just sending out a tweet. I'm a little bit of a Mavericks fan, so this isn't anything on the floor, of course, but Woj just saying that the Dallas Mavericks have stolen away the director of scouting for the Brooklyn Nets. He's been there for 13 years. You remember all the fines they've had? Jared Allen, Karis LeVert, Dinwiddie finding the production at those type of players. Maybe they're hoping to get some of that production there. Churn the bottom of that roster. Thank you, Declan. Yeah, I try to cover all four major sports pretty evenly as best I can anyway. NHL had their signing day, so I did a whole day on that. Posted a bunch of videos the couple of days thereafter, much like the deadline for baseball. Then posted a bunch of videos the couple days thereafter. Still got a few more in the pipeline just in case you missed a few of the other moves. We'll finish those up probably tomorrow and post them next week. And then you see how this live stream, it's literally just me on a screen talking to you guys here in my office studio, we'll call it. But we'll be making some upgrades to our stream here within the next week. Put some graphics on here. Tinkering with a new program that allows us to have something down here at the bottom. That way you guys know the score of the game that we're watching, something like that. Maybe have a little ticker up here in the corner. Tinkering around with a little bit of that. So we're trying to get some improvements for you guys. The more subscribers I gain, the more I'm able to do this, the more energy I have for it, honestly. Working a full-time job, taking care of things at home, and then still finding, 40 hours in the week to do this. Try to get as much as I can for you guys done. As I mentioned, we try to do about 5 live streams a week. This week with the trade deadline, we did a 9-hour-long live stream on Tuesday. So we thought we'd take a couple days off and gather the strength. After Tuesday, my voice was pretty much gone for the next day. So you should have heard me trying to work with a hoarse voice. Taking out the Twins and Rangers because those are kind of my favorite teams. Padres, I'd really like to see get there. The Blue Jays, now that Donaldson is gone, now that Bautista is gone, I can root for them again full-throatedly. George Springer was not one of my favorite Astros, but I really like what he's done there in Toronto. If you didn't watch the game the other day when we were watching the early game on Peacock, he wasn't playing in the game, but there was a fan that had traveled all the way to Toronto to see him play. And he had the fan had a sign up, something about they were sick in a hospital for a long period of time, and her last wish was to be able, or one of her final wishes was to be able to meet George Springer. Well, during the game, George Springer happened to see the sign, and he grabbed one of his bats, signed it, and gave it to the fan. I'm not sure what happened after that. I'm not sure if he actually met the fan afterward, but something like that really made me respect George Springer a lot more. But the Toronto Blue Jays, I'd really like to see win. The Mets, I think they're going to be really good. They should win a title just because I think they're going to invest in that starting pitching, but they've got to do it within the next 2 years, I think, as Canna strikes out on that elevated fastball by Fried. But the Mets should win it, but they've only got a couple years, though. I think the wheels are about to fall off the bus for that starting pitching at the top. Of course, they don't have long-term contracts committed at the top right now, so they should be able to turn around and reinvest that money quickly. But it's all about that top of the rotation, though, with Jacob deGrom, who missed an entire season, just started coming back right now. He still looks in top form. Max Scherzer, of course, had the arm issue last year with the dead arm in the postseason. And when have you ever heard him decline taking the ball in a playoff game? That's what happened last year with Max Scherzer. You got to keep him healthy down the stretch. That's why I wanted to see the Mets get some starting pitching. Still wonder if they have enough, honestly. But they gave him $43 million for a reason, so they're going to have to really count on him come playoff time. I think they could have done more with their lineup, but I think they've really got to maximize this year and the next couple of years. After that, though, the Mets could start to see their window start to close as Marte gets a little older, Lindor gets a little older, Alonso gets a little older. But yeah, my teams would be the Blue Jays and Padres. Oh, I'm going to make a prediction podcast anyway. That's what one of the podcast videos or podcast streams is going to be for you guys. Already kind of thought about that one, going through the deadline and then seeing what the playoff predictions are going to be. Just to kind of give you the hint, I already told you what I thought about the standings right now. We'll go into a lot more analysis in that podcast, so make sure you join us. We'll be posting that on Anchor, and then Anchor distributes that pretty much everywhere. So wherever you get your podcast, keep an eye out for us. Once we post it on there, we'll post the link where you guys can subscribe at. Nitto rolls over this one, and this should end the inning. Oh, a high throw, though, but Olsen is able to tag him out, and it does end it. To the top of the fifth we go. Looks like we might have a challenge here by the Mets. Fried waiting to run off the field. And we won't. Thank you guys for the like. Appreciate that. But yes, Declan, we'll be having a prediction video coming out. We'll have a prediction podcast as well. I'm not going to handicap the World Series yet for you guys. You guys are going to have to listen to the podcast for that. Thank you guys for joining us as we go to the top of the fifth. Just waiting for them to get underway yet again. For the Braves, it'll be d'Arnaud, Ozuna, and Harris. Against Scherzer. But as I mentioned, tonight we'll be going through a doubleheader anyway. Call it a kind of a pseudo triple header, as we're going to cover a lot of that Padres-Dodgers game in the middle as well. So make sure you stay tuned to us. That should be a fantastic game out west. The late game, of course, being the Angels and Mariners. Tomorrow we'll get it started at about 11:05 with the Astros and Guardians. Check in a little bit on the Yankees and the Yankees game tomorrow, as Frankie Montas is expected to take the hill. And then the Sunday night game will be the Padres and Dodgers. We're also toying around with the idea of doing a daily recap video, keeping you guys up to date on what happened in the world of sports. And no, it won't be like SportsCenter or anything else like that. We'll have our own separate way of doing it, so make sure you tune in. We'll probably be posting those around 9:30 every night, 9 or 10:30, depending on if we're doing a live or not. If we're doing a live, we'll probably do that a little bit after the live ends. Max Scherzer back out here for the fifth. Oh. Ball boy had to run back behind. Max Scherzer was in his windup, but had to stop everything. Umpire says now we're good. Swung on and missed by d'Arnaud. A big swing, and it's 0-1. Scherzer working with a little bit of that off speed there. Mets 3, Braves nothing here in the top of the fifth. Braves starting to get something started here. They, of course, tinkered around the edges this trade deadline. Brought in Adrianza, brought in Grossman, brought in Raisel Iglesias. They also brought in a starting pitcher in Jake Odorizzi. Favorite NFL team, the Texans. I don't like the Texans better than the Cowboys, but I do like them. Is that your favorite team, Declan, the Texans? Or are you an Eagles fan? You said you're a Phillies fan, so I'm wondering if you're also an Eagles fan. But I do like the direction of the Texans. I like Davis Mills. That one's going to get down and go all the way into the corner. d'Arnaud trying to sprint in there for a double and gets there. Nice piece of hitting yet again for d'Arnaud. He's 2 for 2 today. How did I know? We'll get into your team in a minute, but the Texans, I like Davis Mills, and I like the way they position themselves to trade for a quarterback in the draft next year if there's one on the table that they like. The Texans have done a nice job over the last year kind of rebuilding that roster around the quarterback position and allowing Davis Mills to try to build up his confidence last year. We saw how horrible he was in the beginning of the year. I thought he came out of college a year early. You saw Mel Kiper at the draft when he was drafted that, yes, he did come out a year early. If he had stuck around, he probably would have been a first-round pick out of Stanford. So there is a lot of talent there. You just got to develop it, and so far they've done well. The one move I don't like that the Texans made is that they made a change at their offensive coordinator position with the hiring of Lovie Smith as head coach. I really don't like that. I thought that Davis Mills had really progressed as a starter. With that, you don't want to change coordinators on a young quarterback like that. I mean, when he finds success, especially in the last 4 games of the year, he looked like a regular NFL starter, a decent starting quarterback. Somebody that you could stick with for several games, for a couple of years. And if he continues to get better, hey, maybe you got a better than average quarterback on your hands. But I think the Texans are a team to watch this year for a quarterback. And then, of course, if Davis Mills falls off a cliff or isn't able to continue his progression, then, of course, they go into the draft next year for a quarterback. But to get to your team, the Philadelphia Eagles, what are they going to do this year? Well, if you paid any attention to the other lives I've done, I really like the moves that Eagles have made around the periphery. I think they made a lot of good improvements on their roster. The one problem I have with their roster is the same problem they had last year. I think Jalen Hurts is hurting that team right now. I think because he made the postseason last year, everybody's way too high on him. He's not a good passer, has never been a good passer. And so I think you're really going to see that this year with the weapons that he has on the outside, how he's unable to find those open receivers. You can't say anymore that he doesn't have anybody to throw to. He's got Jalen Rager and whoever else. Well, that's on the Eagles for drafting those guys anyway. But now that they have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith there, they have Dallas Goedert still there, they have some weapons on that team. And I think this year's the year you're going to see Jalen Hurts really struggle to find those open receivers because there aren't going to be those excuses anymore. He's a run-first quarterback. Scherzer knocks that one down, and everybody's going to be safe. If Scherzer just let that one get through the hole, you'd probably see an out there at first base. But Harris reaches on the infield single. Yeah, I've liked Stafford as well. I think the Lions did him dirty by not giving him any support pretty much any of the years he was there, though. The defense was good a couple of times. The receivers were good at a couple of different points. They never really had a running game at any point while he was with the Detroit Lions. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. But getting back to the Eagles, I think one thing that the Eagles did do that I really liked at the draft this year is that they flipped one of their picks this year in the draft for a first-rounder next year. So say Jalen Hurts doesn't live up to expectations, as I fully expect that he won't, then next year after Hurts has proven himself not to be an NFL-level starting quarterback, they can go out and acquire one in the draft. So they did a nice job there making that trade with the Saints. Saints are going to need a quarterback here in the next year or two. They still haven't found their long-term answer there, and don't give me Jameis Winston. He's not a long-term starter for the Saints. He's part of the reason why Sean Payton is no longer there. If Jameis Winston was the long-term answer at quarterback, you think Sean Payton leaves? I don't think so. Runners on first and third now here in the top of the fifth, one out. Mets on top 3-0 over the Braves. This one fouled off, and it's 0-2. Orioles just won again. They're a game and a half out of a playoff berth. Adrianza digging in. The set by Scherzer and the pitch. The runner went, but this one's tapped to second. Oh, they're going to go home with it. Is he out at the plate? They say he is. They check on d'Arnaud, but I don't know if he was actually out or not. That's going to be darn close. There's a ground ball to second base. The second baseman threw home. Adrianza's safe at first. And it looks like Weiss is saying not to challenge it. Wow. That looked closer to the naked eye, but let's see the replay. It It was a hard hit smash to second. Darno did not get a good jump at all. Ooh. It looked like he had a chance to get in there, but I think that tag might have got him in the shoulder before his hand slid across the plate there. Scherzer fired up on that one. Scherzer up to 69 pitches now. Got to think his pitch count will be watched like a hawk the rest of the year anyway. Ronald Acuna due up next. Thank you guys for joining us, all 18 of you. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. Acuna hitting 267, 9 homers, 27 RBIs. He's 0 for 2 so far today. Takes a swing at the first pitch. Fouls this one back. He's a very aggressive hitter up there. So if you're a knowledgeable starting pitcher, you should be able to get ahead 0-1 if you throw something near the plate, but unhittable. Heavy shift on here. Tap to third, but foul. That's 0-2. You're good. I'm just reading your tweet or your message right now anyway. Make or break year for Jalen, I agree. Compared to Josh Allen, he doesn't have that level of arm, that's for sure. Nobody in the league has Josh Allen's arm. That physicality that he runs with as well is a lot more like Ben Roethlisberger, how big he is. Jalen Hurts is very small in stature. Think more like Michael Vick as far as a runner, or Lamar Jackson. That arm, though, is nowhere near Josh Allen's level. And I'm not just saying right now, but I mean just in the way they're able to play the game. Josh Allen is able to do more running the ball because he's able to put his nose in there and run that ball hard, go through traffic. Hey, Jalen Hurts, you're going to have to get him out on the edges to try to make people miss. Allen, he can steamroll a couple of dudes. But yeah, if you're an Eagles fan, I mean, the Eagles aren't my favorite team, but I don't dislike them as much as most Cowboy fans do. I think they've done a lot of great things building that roster. I think A.J. Brown is a great move for them, building up that receiving core, which needed it badly. They didn't use Devontae Smith as much as I thought they should last year either. Again, that's on Jalen Hurts, in my opinion. The 2-2 pitch by Scherzer here. 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Runners on first and second. 3-0 Mets. The pitch. Tapped foul yet again down the third base line, and we'll do it all over. Yeah, I think the Eagles, if you can, you might be able to squeak in as a wild card yet again, but I think you're looking at fool's gold if you think Jalen Hurts is anything better than a decent quarterback on a really good roster. Philadelphia is trying to churn over that roster from some of those aging veterans to some of the younger pieces. Jalen Hurts kind of helming that for right now. But I do think they do end up making a move at the draft for one. That one right on the inside corner paint, and Acuna is a statue there. That's the third out of the inning. Scherzer with yet another strikeout. He is up to 8 strikeouts through 5 innings. He's been fantastic. 4 hits, no earned so far for the Mets. And your score after 4.5, 3-0 Mets. Appreciate you guys joining us. Remember, we'll be watching the Padres and Dodgers game later this evening, and then just kind of tap things out the rest of the way this evening. We'll watch the Angels and Mariners. That's the late game of the day anyway. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 11:05 with the Astros game. Checking in on the Yankees with Frankie Montas' first start as well. And then the nightcap will be the Padres and Dodgers. We'll start that one right around 6 o'clock, so make sure you join us then. And as I mentioned, next week we'll be starting up our podcast, so look for us on Anchor and Patreon. As soon as those are published, we'll post a video here on YouTube letting you know where to find us. and on Twitter. So make sure you follow us, subscribe to us here on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. So thank you guys very much for joining us. Trying to climb to 1,000 before the end of the year. We gained 230 subscribers in our live that we did on trade deadline day. So if you subscribe to us on Tuesday, thank you very much. Really helps us. Yanks need to wake up. I will sleep a lot better if the Cardinals and Brewers lose. These Cardinals need to lose. I don't think you have to worry. I think over the rest of the last 2 months of the year, the Brewers should play a lot better. They're still just a little shell-shocked right now after the Hader trade. Devin Williams, their reliever, said as much anyway. But as far as the Cardinals, I just don't think they have enough offense. The pitching isn't quite as good. I think they're a middling team at best. They'll hang around 500 the rest of the way, but I don't think they'll actually push for a playoff spot. First pitch to Nimmo here, bends below the zone, and it's 1-0. Appreciate you for joining us on Tuesday, Declan. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we started that stream really early in the morning. I think that was the main reason why the stream did so well. So we'll try to start some of our streams earlier in the day on days when I'm off of work. Hard hit ball right at second base, but Adrian's is there. Flips onto Olsen, one away. We've already done a lot of basketball content this summer, a lot of hockey content. Posted another video on John Klingberg, the defenseman from the Dallas Stars, this week. So we touched on the hockey again this week. Done a ton of trade deadline coverage over the past month or so. As we get closer to the postseason, we'll do some playoff prediction videos and that kind of thing. Podcasts as well. But with the NFL getting going, probably get back to a little bit of our bread and butter that we started this thing with back in November. We just started this channel November 27th anyway. Started out pretty slow, just trying to learn how to make videos to begin with. You can still check out some of those. Invested a little bit of money in getting some good lighting for you guys. Invested a little bit in some monitors. That way I can watch the game and listen to or watch y'all's chat as well. And then constantly keep tinkering with things, making things a little bit better. Changed our living situation where we could actually have a studio here now. So things are looking up. And really started back in earnest in our new location back at the end of June. We've gained over, I think, 400 subscribers in a little over a month. So that's pretty great as far as I'm concerned. It'd be really fantastic if we can get there by, say, the end of September, if we get over that 1,000 mark. Very difficult to do, but I'm hoping we can do it. We'll be live streaming some games during the NFL season. So make sure you join us on Sunday mornings. Go through some fantasy football with you guys as well. Two here to Marte as he requests time. For those of you who didn't see the news already, if you played fantasy football over the last 10 years, you might have seen Matthew Berry on ESPN. For the last 15 years has been on ESPN. He is no longer there. He will not be a part of the fantasy football coverage. He went to NBC Sports. He's part of the Sunday Night Football cast there. He's also going to do some digital media for them. I'm curious to see what he does as far as fantasy for them on Peacock. But we'll round up all the different numbers from all the different fantasy insiders out there. Have a fantasy show before the games on Sunday mornings, and then go through the entire day of football with you guys every Sunday. So you have that to look forward to. Monday night football games, we'll try to do a live as well. Thursday night football, I get out of work a little bit late on Thursdays, so we'll be starting probably around halftime of the Thursday night game. The 2-2 yet again to Marte. Lashed foul down the first base line. So we got a lot of things in the works for you guys. So if you haven't hit that subscribe or follow button here on YouTube or on Twitter, please do so. We'll keep you guys up to date with everything that we're going to be adding to this platform. The response that we got from you guys on Tuesday, as many people have subscribed, really helped reinvigorate us here. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get the NFL Sunday ticket. That way I can watch the games as they're happening. I really like the way Red Zone does it as well, as you're able to kind of whip around between important moments of the game. So I might end up with both. And yes, I have multiple streaming packages. That way I can do that kind of thing. That's why I bought MLB TV. That way I'm able to do this for you guys that may be out of network for the Braves and Mets game. Again, fouled off by Marte. Marte is really battling here. One away here in the bottom of the fifth. Freed up to 68 pitches. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat here to Marte coming up. But yes, we will be covering some of the Eagles. We'll cover pretty much every team in the league as we go through training camps and preseason games as well. We'll cover a bunch of those. I think the first preseason game we're doing, I think I was writing down a schedule for that. The first preseason game we are doing is Friday next week. Friday, we will try to catch the Packers and Niners at 7:30. That'll be an interesting start for Trey Lance. Is he really ready to take over the reins for the Niners? Is Jimmy Garoppolo still going to be there? All those questions, hopefully we'll have answers to as we watch on Friday. And then Saturday evening, we will watch the Rams and Chargers. So for those of you who are waiting for football and can't wait, make sure you have your calendars marked for Friday. First pitch here to Lindor after Marte was retired. And that's a strike right on the outside corner, 0-1. That one misses just off the plate, 1-1. Two and one now to Lindor. Mets on top here in the bottom of the fifth, 3-0. The pitch by Fried is beneath the zone, and it's 3-1. Looks like he's starting to lose a little bit of control here in the fifth. However, he's rebounded nicely after taking that tumble back in the third. No runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Braves. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Mets. Lindor pops this one up and out of play. It's now full to Lindor. Alonso is on deck, who's 2 for 2 so far today. The set by Fried. And the pitch. Tapped out to Swanson. Swanson this time gathers and throws. Chest tie pass or toss over there, and that's the third out of the inning. To the top of the sixth we go. It's all Mets so far today, 3-0. With the commercial break, I'll just kind of give you a recap of what's happened so far. All the Mets runs have come back in that third inning. Pete Alonso got a fly or a kind of a pop up into right field that dropped in front of Acuna that scored one but kept the bases loaded. And then a ground ball by Darren Ruff to first base. An out was recorded by Matt Olson as he flipped it on to Dansby Swanson. Swanson tried to flip it back to first for the double play anyway for Fried. The throw bounced in. I don't think it would have gotten him anyway. It bounced a little bit away, and it allowed 2 runs to score. As he tried to make the throw home, though, Fried kind of face planted after clicking his heels and was kind of shaken up for a minute, but he has stayed in the game. And that's kind of where we're at so far. Just kind of recap what we're going to be doing for you guys both this week this coming week anyway, here at the Upside on YouTube, on Twitter. We're also going to be starting up a podcast on Anchor. So make sure wherever you get your podcast from, you look for the Upside. As soon as we post those videos, we will let you guys, or those podcasts, we will let you guys know here on YouTube and on Twitter. Yeah. I don't know if Cleveland's happy about that. I think they're living with it. However, there is going to be some serious backlash, some PR nightmares for the Browns going forward. But just to kind of recap everything we're going to be doing. Tonight, again, as I mentioned, we'll be doing the Padres and Dodgers. Checking in on that one tonight after the Mets and Braves here. We'll be checking in on the Angels and Mariners for the nightcap as well. Tomorrow, join us early tomorrow at 11 o'clock as we watch the Astros game. And then the evening game will be the Padres and Dodgers. We'll be starting up a weekly recap video, or excuse me, a daily recap video for you guys, pretty much around 9:30, 10 o'clock every night going forward. If we have a live stream that extends beyond that, expect it to be coming out right after that. Probably be about 10, 20 minutes. That way you guys can figure out or understand everything that's happening around you. We'll do it a little bit differently than you see other telecasts do it, like SportsCenter. So make sure to subscribe here at the Upside for that. Scherzer ahead 0-1 now in Swanson. The second pitch is right at the knees on the inside corner, and it's 0-2. Monday, we'll be doing another live stream right around 8:40. The Giants and Padres will also check in on the Yankees and Mariners game. May even touch on the Blue Jays and Orioles at around 6. Just kind of depends on y'all's response, if y'all are there or not. Tuesday, we'll be taking the night off, but we will have a whole plethora of videos coming out that day, just kind of rounding out the deadline, checking in on some teams around the NFL. The 1-2 pitch is bounced in there, and it's 2-2 to Swanson. On deck is Matt Olson, to be followed by Austin Riley. Swanson, a free agent at the end of the year, hoping to really boost his value before he gets there. Scherzer up to 79 pitches now here in the top of the 6th. A little bit of a pitcher's duel outside of those 2 errors. Up and in, and Swanson pops it up. And Darren Ruff makes the catch. 1 away. Wednesday, we'll have a doubleheader for you guys. We'll be doing the Braves and Red Sox, as well as the Marlins and Phillies at the 6 o'clock game, kind of flip between the two. That'll be Syndergaard's second start. Sandy Alcantara, the ace for the Marlins staff. Here's Matt Olson hitting .252 on the year with 21 home runs. Favorite college football team? I don't have one. I don't really follow college football. I like the professional stuff a lot more. I can't stand bad play, like the 2 errors made by the Braves today. I can't stand poor play. Plus, you're having all Americans going up against, a guy trying to, make it on a, debate scholarship as the cornerback for some of these lower level colleges. It's tough to watch sometimes. Now, higher end college football, that's a little bit more tolerable. When you're starting to get down to the college football playoff, that's when I start to pay a lot more attention. The SEC has, of course, reigned things in the college football world for years. Lindor makes the catch there. 2 away here in the top of the 6th. Sounds like the Pac-12 is going to be breaking up here pretty soon. There's a number of teams that are expected to kind of be differentiated at some point between the Big 12 and the Big 10. Big 12 surprisingly decided to stick around after Texas and Oklahoma both went to the SEC. That one misses beneath the zone, and it's 1-0 here to Austin Riley. Riley's 0 for 2 so far today, has been struck out already. The set by Scherzer, and the pitch. Hit hard down the left field line. Will it stay fair? No, it curls into the seat. Cool. Thanks for joining us, Declan. Appreciate it. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button, join the chat. Appreciate you guys joining us. As I was mentioning on Wednesday, we'll also be going through watching the Dodgers and Twins. And then Thursday, we're going to put out some videos during the day in anticipation of our podcast coming out. We'll have 3 episodes for you guys that we will release on Thursday. Our Patreon will also kick off on Thursday as well. So make sure you join us there. Appreciate all the support we've gained this week. Gained over 240 subscribers this week. That's fantastic. Trying to get this thing really going. So if you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Really means a lot to us. Would love to give you guys even more content than I'm able to. Can't do that, though, until I'm able to make this a full-time position. We'll be making some adjustments to our live streams going forward. I believe probably not next week, but the following, you'll see some differences. Graphics will be involved in our live streams as well. You will not just see me on a screen. You'll see a little bit of a ticker at the bottom with the score of the game we're watching. That way you guys can follow along in the chat without missing anything. Austin Riley hanging tough, and it's 1-2 as he fouls that one away. This will be 89th pitch here for Scherzer. Got to wonder if he's going to come back out for the 7th. He's been dominant so far today. The pitch lifted down the first base line. Will it stay fair? It does not. Lands foul just inside the lands inside the field of play anyway. But it's just a long foul ball. No harm, no foul. Should Riley reach, he'll be followed by Eddie Rosario. Postseason difference maker last year for the Braves. Hitting 180 so far this year, though. The set by Scherzer and the pitch. Again fouled away. And we'll do it again. NFL is back. We'll be doing some NFL preseason starting on Friday. Try to catch the Packers and Niners. And then on Saturday at 9 o'clock, we'll be watching the Rams and Chargers for the Battle of LA. Don't expect the starters to play long, but football's back, baby. Time to get back in gear. Check on the new faces and new places. Another foul ball by Riley. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat. The set by Scherzer and the pitch. This one bounced over to Lindor, flipped onto first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Mets or for the Braves yet again, as they are retired in order. In the bottom of the 6th, it'll be Pete Alonso, followed by Darren Ruff and Eduardo Escobar. Fried probably will come back out here for the 6th. Appreciate you guys joining us. In case if you've missed everything so far, right now we're in commercial break as we go to the bottom half of the 6th anyway. So far, the score: 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Mets. No runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Braves. After this game, we'll be checking in on the Padres and Dodgers game. And then at the very end of the nightcap, we'll check out the very end of the Angels and Mariners game. Tomorrow, join us at 11:05. We'll be watching the Astros game. And then in the evening, we'll do Sunday Night Baseball with the Padres and Dodgers. Post a whole bunch of videos for you guys as well tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. Try to make a bunch of those as we gear up for a busy work week for me, unfortunately. But I'll still try to get as much content out for you guys. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. See if we can get over that 1,000. That way I can put even more content out for you and eventually make this a full-time gig. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Pete Alonso due up here first for the Mets, followed by Ruff and Escobar. Pete Alonso's 2 for 2, has a single to left and a single to right, has an RBI so far today. Looks like a fan may have run out of on the field. Nope, it's a fan dropped a hat on the field. A note here on the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw. Looks like he received an epidural injection. Looks like there's no timetable still for his return to start throwing. He hasn't even picked up a baseball yet. Looks like he had low back pain after leaving Thursday's game against the Giants in the bottom of the 5th. He was feeling discomfort in his lower left side, the opposite side on which he had an injury earlier this year. Looks like Kershaw's dealt with this in the past and is getting familiar with it. Looks like they don't expect him to miss a significant chunk of time, though. This one's fouled off by Alonso, and it stays 1-2. Appreciate you guys joining us here on a Saturday night. I know you guys have a lot of things that you could be doing. A lot of you guys are Mets fans, out of network, and so you're out of the market for the Mets or Braves game. So you join us here on YouTube. You're more than welcome to join us. Hit that subscribe button and join us in the chat. Ask any questions you have. This one's tapped, and Fried makes a nice play and gets over there, but airmails the throw, but it pulls off Matt Olson from first, and Alonso's going to reach safely. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Alonso's on first to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th for the Mets. Mets trying to get a little bit of distance here from the Braves. Already up 3-0. Darren Ruff, the former Giant, hitting .218 on the year with a .702 OPS, 11 home runs, and 41 RBIs after hitting into that fielder's choice earlier tonight, picking up an RBI with his new team. And the pitch, well off the outside corner, and it's 2-0. The Braves bullpen should get up and going now. He's up to 81 pitches. Looks like he's starting to lose location a little bit now. Thank you guys for joining us. Up to 15 of y'all. Appreciate it. I know you guys were watching us pretty heavily during the trade deadline. We broke over 275 viewers at one point, so thank you guys very much. Those of you who did join us on Tuesday. We will be doing a lot of live streams of baseball games the rest of the way this year. Football is getting underway. As I mentioned, we'll be starting an early live stream on Sundays. We'll do some fantasy football as we start the morning off, probably around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll do some actual football games the rest of the way, taking you all the way through the Sunday night game. Talk smack with your hated rival, whatever you guys want to do. Just keep it clean is all I ask. But join us and have some fun this NFL season. As I mentioned here at the Upside, we like to look at the next step in the sports storyline. So now the trade deadline has passed, we'll see which team ends up making the postseason. Then we'll also post a podcast that goes through the predictions the rest of the way for the regular season and the postseason. A little chopper to third. Riley flips to first. And that throw gets away. Some horrible defense today for the Braves. Alonso's going to stop at third, though, as Olsen collects the wild throw. There was time to be able to make the play. He didn't even barehand it, so he knew he had time. He just made a poor throw over to first. Olsen wasn't able to dig it out. I'm sure the Braves, after tonight's game, will have a little bit of a come to Jesus meeting. Hey, let's get back to the basics. Fielding, good throws, strong throws, getting in front of the ball, those kinds of things. But things have not gone well today for the Braves. Runners are now on second and third with nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth, looking to extend their already 3-0 lead. Nice bender there, finds the strike zone, and Escobar is down 0-1. We'll also be going through the quarterback rankings as we get gear up for the NFL season on our podcast. So make sure you join us for that. When we post our first podcast anyway, you'll be able to find it on Anchor and everywhere Anchor distributes to, Apple Podcasts, etc. As fantasy drafts for the NFL for football get underway, we'll be going through some of those as well. This one's lifted out into short right. Acuna is there just on the edge of the outfield grass and makes the catch. One away here in the bottom of the sixth. Alonso bluffs off of third, but wasn't even going anywhere. Mark Canha will be next. But as I was saying, we'll go through some of the fantasy football rankings. That way we can get you guys prepared for your draft. Probably do an episode or two of those during our podcasts. We'll also do team rankings going into the year. Pretty much everybody has the Buffalo Bills as the number one team in the NFL. LA Rams right there as well. Mark Canha is the number 7 batter in the Mets lineup. He's 0 for 2 so far today. Freed up to 86 pitches. Another curveball bends in there for a strike right at the top of the zone. And it's 0-1. Looks like he's working backwards a little bit here so far in the sixth. Throwing a lot of off-speed early and then fastballs late. Trying to slow down that bat and then speed it up at the end. See if he's able to find some success. The 0-1 by Freed. Hit hard but foul down the first base line. Oh, 0-2 now to Mark Canha. First base is open, so you don't need to work right into the zone. You can kind of nibble around the edges, see if you can get him to chase here. Freed up to 88 pitches. This is probably his final inning. Welcome back, Moneymaker. When is Montas' debut? He is going to debut tomorrow. We'll be covering a little bit of that game around 1 o'clock. Canik grounds this one to third. Throws home. Did they get him? They did. What an acrobatic catch by Darno. That was a leaping catch. That was a horrible play, though, by Austin Riley. I understand the need to throw home to kind of keep the game at a 3-run game, but what a play by Travis Darno. A nice stabbing reach by Riley. Steps on third, but couldn't make the force. An errant throw up high, kind of a wheels around, up in the air catch by Darno. Gets the tag down as he spins 180. Alonso put his knee right into the middle of the back, or right into the back of the knee, excuse me, of Darno. Looks like we're going to have him checked out, though, by the trainer. Now the battery has been reviewed, or battery has been examined by the trainer at different points in the game for the Braves. Looks like we are seeing a challenge here by the Mets. You got to wonder, with a clear path to home and all that, if there's, with the errant throw, if that kind of works in their favor or not. Either way, that's a fantastic attempt by Travis Darno. The question is, does he actually get the tag down? Looking at it, the throw beats him. He doesn't, I don't think he actually hits home plate until he knocks Darno off of it, essentially. You have to give the runner a lane to the plate. He didn't actually touch home, so this is going to be an interference issue. Of course, he steps on it after he was already tagged. But this is going to be all about interference. Was there interference or was there not? We'll see what happens here. Darno still being examined by both the trainer and Snitker. But what a play by Darno. Still under review right now as he looks up at it on the Jumbotron, seeing his acrobatics. Buck Showalter waiting anxiously. So is Pete Alonso, right on the top step of the dugout. I mean, his knee was in the way and made contact before the glove. Got to wonder if they're going to give him the interference or whatever on this one. But yes, to answer your question, Moneymaker, Montas is going to debut tomorrow. That game is scheduled to kick off at 1:15. We'll cover the beginning of that game. We will not stick through the end of it, though. We will be watching the early game of the Astros and then flip over for a few minutes to the Montas start just to see how he's going. Here's the review. He is safe. Wow. Alonso is fired up. Wow. That's a heartbreaking call for a Braves fan. It's now 4-0. Looks like Alonso wasn't even sure it should have gone his way. He was mildly surprised. However, that long break there has given some time for Fried to catch his breath. It's now 4-0 Mets. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Mets. No runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for the Braves. Braves have not played well defensively today. It'll be Guillorme due up, followed by Nido and Nimmo with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Runners will be on first. Or I think they haven't updated the graphic yet because there's somebody there at second. Or is that the umpire? Can't tell because of the camera angle. But in either event, another off-speed pitch. Fried yet again working backwards in the count again. Guillorme is 0 for 2, hitting .285 on the year with 2 home runs and 13 RBIs, a .730 OPS. Thank you guys for joining us here on a Saturday evening. I know you guys have a lot of things you'd like to be doing on a Saturday, but appreciate you guys joining us and enjoying a little bit of our evening baseball. Another fastball right in there on the inside corner, and it's 0-2. Bullpen is indeed going. It'll be Jackson Stevens loosening out there in the Atlanta bullpen. 26 games, has a 2.45 earned run average. It looks like he went around there. Pitch was off the plate inside, but Guillorme was not able to hold up and has struck out for the first time today. 2 away now in the bottom of the 6th. Braves trying to stay close at least. Base hit would definitely score a run here. The set by Freed. And the first pitch here to Nido. Grounded to first, in the hole, unable to make a play though, but Freed is able to get there and stab his foot back and make the play. That was a very interesting play by Matt Olson. He committed to that ball early, almost was out by second base by the time he threw that ball back to first, giving Freed time to get over there. Freed did not find the bag first, but still somehow was able to stick his leg out and make contact with the base after catching that one. And we go to the top of the 7th. It'll be Rosario followed by d'Arnaud and Ozuna for the Braves. Just checking in on some of the scores from the out-of-town scoreboard. Current game, of course, is 4-0 Mets in front of the Braves. Phillies are all over the Nationals, as you might expect, 11-4. Tigers are laying it on the on the Rays, surprisingly, 7-1. The Rangers have jumped out to a 4-0 lead at home against the White Sox. Giants 5, Oakland 1. The Red Sox and Royals are tied at 4 at the top of the 7th. Minnesota has a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 5th against the Blue Jays. Twins are at home. Cardinals lead at 1-0 against the Yanks. Reds 4-3 in front of the Brewers. That one in the bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks in front of the Rockies, 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th. No score so far in that Padres and Dodgers game. Games that have already gone final today. In the first game of this doubleheader today, the Mets beat the Braves 8-5. Cubs beat the Marlins 4-0. Mariners took a 2-1 game over the Angels. Orioles, of course, have improved to a game and a half back of the AL wildcard. They beat the Pirates today 6-3, and the Guardians beat the Astros 4-1. Padres already have something going. Andrew Heaney on the mound for the Dodgers today. Profar reached with a leadoff double into center against the Dodgers anyway. Juan Soto is right now in a 2-2 count against Andrew Heaney. As our game gets back from commercial break anyway. Soto is still 2-2 right now on him. Kind of flip between the two games for you. As I mentioned, Rosario will be leading things off for the Braves against Scherzer. Scherzer does actually come back out here for the 7th. That one misses just off the plate inside, and it's 1-0. Scherzer wanted that one. Soto on the year hitting .249, a 900 OPS with a 21 home runs. Soto flies out to right. Profar moves on to third. Productive out there for Juan Soto. Rosario behind 1-2 now to Max Scherzer in the top of the seventh of the Mets and Braves game. This one in the dirt, but swing and a miss by Rosario. He looks completely overmatched by Max Scherzer. He's got that strikeout pitch working today. Scherzer is up to 9 strikeouts on the day, only giving up 4 hits. Has lowered his ERA to 1.99. This is the pitcher that the Mets signed. William Contreras is coming on as a pinch hitter here. Scherzer up to 97 pitches now. Manny Machado up in that Padres and Dodgers game. Count is 1-1 as Profar is on third base after he got a leadoff double to start the game. Welcome back. Real Muto hit a homer. That's good. Check swing goes around. Contreras is behind 0-1. Pinch hitter here. He was the representative again by the Atlanta Braves. Got a start in the All-Star game along with his brother Wilson. This one fouled away, and it's quickly 0-2 on Contreras. Machado's worked ahead 3-1 in the Padres and Dodgers game. Kind of flipping between the two for you guys. Keep you guys updated. Scherzer misses in the dirt, and it's 1-2 now to Contreras. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe button already, please do so. Really helps us out quite a bit. You guys have no idea how much it meant to me to have all you guys subscribe on Tuesday. Gained 240 subscribers on Tuesday, so thank you very much. As Contreras swings and misses badly at that one, and there's 2 away in the top of the seventh of the Mets and Braves game. 4-0. Mets in front. Machado popped out to Freddie Freeman for the second out of the first inning anyway. Profar still there at third base anyway. Josh Bell due up next to try to drive him in. He was the other piece in that Juan Soto deal. Has 14 home runs with an 880 OPS, hitting .303 on the year. Meanwhile, in the Braves game, Ozuna is up against Scherzer, swings and misses badly at that one, and falls behind 0-2 now. Scherzer up to 103 pitches. This is what I worried about if you're a Mets fan. Seeing that pitch count continue to tick on and on and on up. Got to save those bullets for the postseason. It's not about the regular season, boys and girls. That one misses outside, and it's 1-2. Bell has fallen behind 1-2 now to Heaney in the Padres and Dodgers game. The set by Scherzer and the pitch. Lifted foul, and we'll do it again. The 1-2 to Bell, swung on and missed, and he strikes out to end the threat in the top of the first. Heaney works around a leadoff double. The 1-2 by Scherzer here. Well outside, and it's 2-2. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you guys. If this is your first time joining us, make sure you join and subscribe. Join us in the chat. Be very happy to answer any questions you have. Talk some smack with the other people already in the chat. Keep it clean is all I ask, and have as much fun as you like. Enjoy your Saturday evening watching some Saturday baseball. Swung on and missed by Ozuna. That's another strikeout for Scherzer. I think that's his 10th of the day. We go to the bottom of the 7th. All Mets on top right now. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Mets. No runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for the Braves. That is definitely going to be it for Scherzer. Appreciate all 20 of you guys joining us right now. In the other game we're following right now, the Dodgers will have Betts, followed by Turner and Freeman to get things started in the bottom of the first, to be followed by Will Smith, Max Muncy, Gavin Lux. Rounding out the lineup, Joey Gallo gets the start in left field today. Got a hit the other day with his new team. Raised his batting average from 160 to 164. How'd they score a 4th run? There was a kind of a collision at the plate. Alonso was at third base. There's a one-hop smash anyway to Austin Riley, who kind of made a stabbing effort at it while he was on third base as he was running across the foul line. Flipped it above the runner's head home. Darno had to make a leaping catch and kind of came down backwards. He actually did tag Alonso out, but they did say he was in there safely anyway. I'm guessing there was probably interference, is what it looked like, is why he would be why they made the decision to say he was safe. But that's how they got the 4th run. Mike Clevenger is on the hill for the Padres. This is his 12th game of the year. He came over from the Guardians in a trade about a year or so ago. Still working his way back to being healthy. There was some thought that they might try to move him at the deadline to see if they could save a little bit of salary. That one misses inside to Betts, and he's ahead 2-0. It is Jackson Stevens on for the Braves right now. 26 games, pitched 36 and 2/3 innings, working to a 2.5 earned run average with 37 strikeouts in 14 walks in those 36 and 2/3 innings. Over his last 12 games, though, or 12 innings anyway, he has given up 0.7 earned runs, I believe. Been really good the last few weeks. Braves subtracted and added to their bullpen at the deadline, trading away Will Smith and bringing in Jake Odorizzi to strengthen that starting staff, and then making the trade with the Angels to bring in Raisel Iglesias as well, the closer from the Angels system. He just signed as a free agent this past offseason with the Angels. Unfortunately, that contract just looks like an albatross at this point. Just hasn't been able to be the same pitcher out of the bullpen this year, so the Braves basically got him for a song. For the Mets, it'll be Brendan Nimmo, who's flipped over to the left side anyway, followed by Marte and Lindor. Contreras does stay behind the plate for Darno. Darno was 2 for 2 at the time. You remember how I just told you that 4th run scored? There was kind of a collision, like I mentioned, between Alonso and Darno. Because of that collision is why Darno is no longer in the game. That one plunks him. Nimmo sprints down to first base. Braves got to be careful not to let this one get away from them. They're already down 4-0. They really need to get something positive going. 2 away already in the the bottom of the first in that Padres-Dodgers game. Freddie Freeman up right now, 1-0. Takes a strike right on the inside corner, 1-1. As I said, we'll flip back and forth between the 2 games until the Mets game does go final. That was a perfect pitch by Clevenger there, right at the belt. on the inside corner. That one misses a little too far inside, and it's 2-1. Clevenger with his trademark long hair down to about here. Castellanos was put on the bench. Maybe an injury, maybe something with the coaches, who knows? Or maybe they just want to give a time to Marsh in center. Go with a better defensive alignment, especially with that score being as lopsided as it is. That makes some sense. The 3-1 to Freeman. Grounded into the shift. That's going to be the third out of the inning. After one, Padres and Dodgers tied at nothing. Check back in on that Mets and Braves game. Now one away in the bottom of the fourth, it looks like. Lindor is up there right now with a 1-0 count. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. If this is your first time joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. And make sure you hit that subscribe button. That's the most important thing. Trying to reach 1,000 by the November 27th anyway. That's when I started this channel. So really would like to reach 1,000 in our first year. We gained 240 subscribers so far this week. So let's see if we can keep that momentum going. Thank you so much to all of you who've supported us so far. Good throw by Contreras there. It looks like he may have got him, but the tag was just a little late. It looked like, but when Swanson was actually able to get it on him. Yep, he was safe. Nice piece of base running there by Marte. Marte, of course, coming over in the offseason from the Oakland A's, along with Mark Canha as free agents. Mets were able to offer him 4 years at $80 million total. Good deal. 3 favorite MLB players you've gotten a chance to see live currently or like ever that I've actually seen play the game. That I've actually seen live. Well, one that's still playing was Yu Darvish. I really enjoyed the way he was played with the Texas Rangers. He was just something different to watch. His delivery, his repertoire at on the mound back then, he was more of a 8, 9, 10 pitch pitcher. I think he had up to 13 pitches at one point, just by the way he was able to alter speeds and change, delivery points and all those kinds of things. I mean, all of them were just different variations of the same pitch, just slight variations. That's why I say like 8, 9, 10 pitches. But how dominant he was able to be when he was on, it was something different. Like when he took the mound, it was a different type of a feel than most other pitchers I've ever watched play. So he would be up there for me. That's my own personal list anyway. But as far as my favorite players, back when I was a kid, I really enjoyed watching Sammy Sosa. Back in the summer of love of '98, he was the guy I was pulling for. I was also pulling for Ken Griffey Jr. My favorite pitcher back in that era probably would have been Greg Maddux and John Smoltz. Chipper Jones was one of my favorite players. That's kind of a group of them anyway. I did get to see Chipper Jones live when he came to when they played in Texas. Very small child back then. The 2-2 by Stevens is well up high, and the count goes full to Lindor. Looks like he's struggling with his release point a little bit. Now, my favorite player ever of any sport, Dirk Nowitzki. Not close. He will always be my favorite. Really enjoyed the way he played the game, and got a little bit of a story on him. After going to a game when I was probably 12 years old, there was a parking garage outside of Reunion Arena where sometimes the fans would gather as the players tried to get to their car and the players would try to sign autographs. Michael Finley back then was to put it nicely, unfriendly, shoving fans' hands out of the way, shoving people out of the way, tossing pens that people were trying to hand him out into the rest of the parking lot. Meanwhile, you had other players who were just kind of waving as they went by. Howard Isley at the time. He came over from the Jazz. He played with the Mavericks for a year. But Dirk Nowitzki would actually take the time. He would let 12, 13 people come up to him, all kind of gathered around, and just as he's trying to be going on his way home after playing a game, signed some autographs, made a lot of memories for us, for those of us that were out there. We didn't really have anything for him to sign at the time. And so I was wearing a shirt, and I had him sign my shirt. That was really cool. And my folks grabbed something out of their wallet, something they had just carried with them, and he signed that for us. I think I still got that in my entertainment room anyway. He's probably my favorite player I've ever gotten to see live. For football, I don't know if I've ever really had a favorite outside of Tony Romo, Randy Moss. Nobody ever gave Romo his due. Daniel Murphy was a great batter. He was a great power hitter later on. Chase Utley. I was never really a big fan of the Phillies fans back from that era with Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, but I did enjoy watching Cole Hamels and Roy Halladay. May he rest in peace. From hockey, my favorite player would probably be Mike Modano. I did actually get to see him live once. And then in the current group of players, this is going to sound like a bad one, but Jamie Benn, also of the Dallas Stars. Those were my favorite hockey players I've ever seen play. The reason why I say that it was a little bit controversial is because Jamie Benn's considered to have one of the worst contracts in the NHL right now. But his leadership, his physicality he plays with, the toughness, and he's still able to produce. Maybe not at the clip that everybody would like, but he's still able to produce. Impeccable player. Little tapper out to short. Swanson tried to go to second, but wasn't able to make the play. Instead, decides to go to first, records the second out. Runners are moved up, though, to second and third. Base hit really busts this thing open. Padres go quietly in the top half of the second, go 1-2-3. For the Dodgers, it'll be Smith, followed by Muncy and Lux. Nelson Cruz was one of my favorite players I ever got to see. Just the confidence, the swagger he played with without being too cocky. I mean, you can't be too cocky when you finally break into the bigs and you're a 28-year-old success. Who's pitching for the Dodgers and Pods? Andrew Heaney for the Dodgers, Mike Clevenger for the Pods. Ruff fouls this one back. 1-1 now. Braves trying to stay close here. If they give up the base hit here, 2-run score, and this game is largely over. Allen misses up and away. 2-2 now here to rough. Steven's starting to look a little bit worn now. He's up to 17 pitches so far this inning in the bottom of the 7th. Braves just trying to keep it a 4-run deficit, try to claw their way back in the 8th. This one's lifted out into right center, drifting over, and making the catch is Acuna. And that'll do it here in the 7th. It's all Mets right now. The Braves will have Harris, Adrianza, and Acuna due up in the top of the 8th. But as it stands right now, Mets 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Braves no runs, 4 hits, 3 errors. You got to imagine Max Scherzer is indeed going to be done. He broke 100 pitches already today. Don't need to stretch him out any more than you have to. Mets seem to be in clear control of this one right now. And we have the first run of the game in the Dodgers game. Will Smith just hit a home run to left center field. Dodgers in front 1-0. That's the first hit of the game for the Dodgers. Nice piece of hitting there. He's up to a 271 average. See if we can catch that game. 100 miles an hour off the bat. Just kind of golfed it into deep left center. Went about 5 rows back. And the Dodgers are in front. If the Dodgers are going to have the same success that they were hoping for in the postseason, they're going to have to see those platoons start to play a little bit better. The top of the lineup has really worked so far this year. Betts, Turner, Freeman, and Smith. This is the part of the lineup they're going to need to see extra production from. Max Muncy's having a really down year. Yeah. Well, Phillies have had an up and down bullpen for the last several years now. There's a number of relief pitchers on the market. They only went and got one. Looks like the Mets are going to go with Michael Givens out of that bullpen, one of their deadline acquisitions, coming over from the Chicago Cubs. Has a 3.61 earned run average. They needed to add somebody in that 7th, 8th inning role, and they went out and got Givens right as the deadline was expiring. What, you don't want to see Michael Givens? Why is that? I mean, he's not the same pitcher he was with the Orioles, but Buck Showalter knows when he's on and when he's off. I mean, he was his manager there. Swing and a miss by Lux anyway. Yeah. I hear you. It's done good so far, though. It's got one out here in the top of the 8th. Did give up a double, though, to Adrianza. It'll be the top of the order due next for the Braves. Acuna, Swanson, and Olsen, should they reach. Gavin Lux reaches. He is on first in that Dodger game. Joey Gallo due next. I'm very curious to see if he's able to play a lot better with the Dodgers than he was with the Yanks. Takes a strike right on the outside corner. He's a player that needs to play every day. I'm not sure if he'll get that with the Dodgers. The cost, though, is only their number 15 prospect, so you can't really blame the acquisition if you're the Dodgers. If he's able to right the ship, he's an MVP level talent when he's right. When he's not, which he hasn't been all year, he's possibly one of the worst hitters in the league. Little snap throw over to first, but Lux is back in there safely. 0-2 now on Joey Gallo. Has over a 40% strikeout rate. Acuna is ahead 2-1 now on Michael Givens in that Mets and Braves game. And the most predictable strikeout in the league right now, Joey Gallo, strikes out again. Nice off-speed pitch tailing towards the back foot. Welcome in, Ronald. Scherzer has been very good today. Acuna gets a nice double there, and the Braves are on the board, 4-1. Kind of knocked this one almost all the way to the wall there. Nice play by Nimmo to cut that one off before it got any further. Appreciate all 18 of you guys joining us. It's still only one run. Getting used to pitching in New York. Now, if he gives up a base hit here to Swanson, then I start to worry. Got to get him used to working with a new catcher. You'd rather do it here than in the postseason. You need somebody for these outs in the postseason because you know starting pitching does not last very long. So you're going to have at least a deep bullpen. Swiss cheese bat. Well, I'll put it this way. I really enjoy the guy, Joey Gallo. He's a great player. The one issue that he was able to correct in his time with Texas was a little bit of that swing and miss. But New York just really messed with him. I mean, from day one, he got off the plane, and New Yorkers already didn't like it. They didn't like how much they had to give away just to bring him in, either. And then he hit 159 in his career there with the Yanks. It just hadn't worked out there. He needs regular playing time on a team that's not in the postseason so that they can take the pressure off, solve the strikeout issues, get a pillow contract somewhere next year, and have a better platform year as he goes into free agency. That's the plan for Joey Gallo. In the Dodgers, he doesn't exactly get the best opportunity, I think, to rectify the problems that he has. Swanson taps this one foul, and it's still 2-2. But as I said, if Swanson's able to if Givens is able to retire Swanson here and then get Matt Olson, that'd be a great outing here for Givens to get his feet wet with the Mets. Only surrendering the one run. But it all starts here with Swanson. Need to record the out. The pitch. Nice pitch there. And do they get him at first, though? They do. Okay. Who do you think has the best 5 starting pitchers currently, so including current injuries? So are we talking players that are still active, or are we talking pitchers that include injured pitchers? or pitchers on suspension. Because if it's pitchers on suspension and pitchers out with Tommy John, it's clearly the Dodgers. Bauer, May would be coming into that rotation, Kershaw. But active rotations, Astros have had the best rotation so far this year. They're up there. I really like the Guardians rotation. 1 through 5, they're all solid. Like 3 or 4 of them are all above average starting pitchers. Padres are right there. I don't like the Dodgers right now just because of the injuries in their rotation. Once they get them back, though, they'll be right there. If I have to pick one, though, I'm probably going to go with the Astros just because of the success that they've had. I don't like that they lost Odorizzi, but they're having McCullers come back. So how much do you really lose losing McCullers and losing Odorizzi and bringing in McCullers? So if I had to pick one, it'd probably be the Astros. The Mets are really good. But if I had to pick one, it'd be the Astros. 2 away here in the top of the 8th. Olsen lines this one foul at first base. 1-2 now. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe or like button already, please do so. Thank you very much for joining us. Givens looks in for the sign. The 1-2 pitch. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Nope. He steps off, wipes his brow, and we'll start over. Should Olsen come through here, Riley would be next. He would represent the tying run. Little tapper into the shift, and that should do it for this inning. Flipped on to first, and Givens gets out of it. Only gives up the 1 run, gets his feet wet in New York. As he enters into this NL East rivalry. Padres and Dodgers are now into the top of the 3rd already. Austin Nola is up. Dodgers leading it 1-0 on the strength of that Will Smith home run. After Nola, it will be Profar, who led the game off with a double. When the Yankees' bats go silent, I worry about that pitching, although they've done well so far today. That's what you're talking about? Okay. I'll give you at least that much just because you said you have a point there because I think you were understanding, hey, he needs to get used to playing in New York. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. But, you were the one that was saying, no, not the bullpen, not Michael Givens. Nola pops this one out to short center field, and Lux is there to make the catch, backpedaling. 2 away here in the top of the 3rd. I get it. Fan is short for fanatic. Sometimes things are better than you think. Sometimes they're worse. On Tuesday, I had to contend with a whole bunch of Dodger fans who had the rose-colored glasses turned up all the way up to 11. Had to educate them a little bit on their precarious situation over the next couple of years. They're a good team right now. I really like where they're headed. As long as they're able to stay healthy, they should be among the 2 or 3 best teams in all of baseball. Now, does that guarantee them a World Series title? No. Nothing guarantees anybody a World Series title. But that also doesn't solve your problems in 2 or 3 years when Trey Turner may leave in free agency. Kershaw leaves for retirement or has regression due to injury. You have Trevor Bauer's situation. You have an older Freddie Freeman as he's a first baseman already locked up into that big contract. Mookie Betts has had some injury issues. Gavin Lux hasn't been able to lock down a position. Justin Turner's going to be heading out the door at some point. Max Muncy's hitting 160. Not everything is working the Dodgers way, yet they're still winning 73 games this year. Like I said, they're still very good, among the 2 or 3 best teams in the National League. But they have some issues going forward. For the Mets, it's a very bright future, but you worry about that rotation, their health going into the postseason. I really would have liked to have seen y'all get a starting pitcher that can eat some innings, and you didn't really get that. Profar, unable to hold off on that one, and is struck out there by Heaney. Through 2.5, it's 1-0 Dodgers. The Mets do need the doubleheader. Give yourself some space from the Braves. But as I was saying, the Mets' future is all about that starting pitching with Scherzer. You remember last year, how often have you ever seen Scherzer decline to take a ball in a game, let alone a postseason game? He handed that situation off to Walker Buehler last year and said, hey, buddy, you go get it on short rest because he had a dead arm. That's why I would love to have seen somebody brought in by the Mets to at least give Scherzer a breather going down the stretch. Of course, he missed some time already due to injury, so you got to worry about that. And then, of course, Jacob deGrom. He's already, 35 years old? It's not pitched in a game up until, a week or so ago in a year. I mean, he's very good. Looked like he was back to his normal self, but that's literally just a start or two at this point. We're talking about going the rest of the way, and you're going to have him going every 5 days. A little precarious as Escobar drives this one out into the gap. Acuna whips it into second. The slide, he is in there safely. He may have popped up off the bag, though. We'll have to take a look. I wonder if they had that tag on him the entire time. In either event, it'll go as a double right now. Good, strong throw there by Acuna. Kind of a one-hop smash in there. His left hand did reach in there, but it never did pop off. So looking at the other angle, nope, he was in there. Here's another angle. Yep, he's in there. Nice play by Escobar, hustling all the way around. Got that average up to 220. Pinch hitter here. It'll be Naquin, one of the trade deadline acquisitions for the Mets. The other issue I have with the Mets is that they didn't do enough at that catcher spot for me. I would love to have seen a bat added on the back end there. However, the Cubs didn't really like anything the Mets were offering for Contreras, so maybe you could have gone after Christian Vasquez. Hard to believe that they could not have beaten the Astros offer. I thought he would have been the perfect complement. I thought a stack of him and JD Martinez really would have lengthened this lineup every single day. But the Red Sox held on to JD Martinez. Mets went cheaper with Darren Ruff and Vogelbach at the designated hitter and kept it status quo at catcher. They did get a fourth outfielder, though, in Naquin. A little bit better than Jankowski, the one that they had been using for the majority of the season as their fourth outfielder, bench speed type of guy. Naquin coming over from the Cincinnati Reds this year. Braves again trying to keep it close. Stevens out for his second inning of work, up to 25 pitches. Got to think they're hoping he can get through this inning, save that bullpen for tomorrow. Swing and a miss. Just a little bit out in front is Naquin, and it's 1-2. Guillorme will be next, followed by Nitto. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button and subscribe to us here on YouTube. Really matters quite a bit. Naquin lines this one into left center field. That one gets down. Escobar hustling around will easily score. And held to a single there is Naquin. But nice piece of hitting there. Able to get the job done. Mets lead it now 5-1. We'll flip back over to that Dodger game now that the Mets have reestablished their 4-run lead. What the heck was that? That was a ground ball into the hole anyway at short. Kim kind of was off balance, flipped it over to second. I don't know why he didn't try to gather and throw to first. I understand Trey Turner's fast, but that seemed to have been the only play if he was able to gather. It looks like he's more stumbling than anything else. Although if he had, not been stumbling, if he had set his feet, I think he would have been able to get Trey Turner even with it being a longer throw. But as it stands, Betts is on second right now, and Trey Turner is on first. And Freddie Freeman is due up, hitting .324 this year, 0 for 1 today with 15 home runs and 68 RBIs on the year. Dodgers threatening here in the bottom of the third. That one upstairs, and it's 1-0. This, to me, I think could be a preview of a National League Championship Series. This would be a fantastic series in the postseason if we do get a treat such as this. Division rivals. A lot of hatred between the two teams. That one in the dirt, and it's 2-0. Clevenger working carefully to Freeman, not wanting to give up a pitch that he can do damage with. Got to be careful, though, because there's only one base open, and Will Smith just hit that home run back in the second. So for today, the Dodgers have 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. For the Padres, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. The pitch, right on the outside corner. Did not pitch it to where he was hoping for. Clevenger gives a very big smile on that one. Getting the lucky call. It was a strike, though. He was trying to throw it in off the plate. That one went all the way to the outside corner. The 2-1. That's a hard hit ball into right, but right at, I can't tell who's playing there. Give me just a second. Kind of a grainy image for a second. Your right field today is Juan Soto. A little bit surprising they have him flipped over to right. Remember, he was a world-class left fielder. They have Profar in left today. Got to wonder what the thinking is, flipping him over to right. It'll be Will Smith. He's the DH today, with Barnes doing the catching. Smith on the year, 271 average, 16 home runs, and 57 RBIs. Runners on first and third. Betts moved to third on that fly out to right. The 0-1 here to Smith. Nope, whipped over to first again. He's trying to pick off Trey Turner. He's making some competitive throws over it, but it's Trey Turner, man. World-class speed. Former Padres top prospect. Flipped to the Nationals. in that multi-team trade to bring in Will Myers. Obviously, that one does not look as good in hindsight. Pitcher's duel there in St. Louis. Well, let's check it out as Smith gets locked up on that one. Hopefully, we'll check it out here right after this pitch by Clevenger. See if he can get out of it here in the third without surrendering a run. That one in the dirt, 1-2. We'll flip over to that Yankee game real quick. For some reason, their feed doesn't want to load. Mets have taken a 6-1 lead now as they go to the top of the ninth. The Braves, their final chance, they'll have Riley, Rosario, and Contreras. If anything starts to happen in that game, we will let you know. Bottom of the eighth. Yep. Pujols up there with a full count. It's Chapman. Let's go Pujols. Want to see him do well. Works a walk, and you got to imagine they're probably going to pinch run for Pujols there. Checking in on the other scores from around the league. The Mets, of course, as we just mentioned, 6-1, have the lead as they go to the top of the ninth against the Braves. Phillies 11-5 right now in the top of the ninth versus the Nationals. Rangers in the top of the ninth versus the White Sox lead at 8-0. Giants 7-1 lead over the Oakland A's in the bottom of the eighth. Twins have extended their lead a little bit. It's now 5-2 over the Blue Jays in the bottom of the seventh. Cardinals 1-0 right now in the bottom of the eighth versus the Yanks. Reds 6-3 over the Brewers at the moment in the bottom of the seventh. Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead over the Rockies in the bottom of the seventh. And as we mentioned, the Dodgers had a 1-0 lead. Let's see if they're able to extend it here. They do. Will Smith drives in another run. Singles on a line drive to left. Nice piece of hitting there by Will Smith, driving in both runs so far today. Muncy pops out to the catcher in foul territory, and that'll end the third, but they do scratch across another run, 2-0. Dodgers in front. A lot of games now going final anyway here in the next couple of minutes. Just to kind of recap where everything's at right now with the standings. Yankees, of course, are far on ahead out in the AL East. However, they're competing right there with the Houston Astros for the best record in the American League. Twins have a comfortable lead in the Central, and they did add a few pieces at the deadline anyway in Tyler Mahle and Jorge Lopez. I expect they'll win the division. The White Sox are a couple of games back there. Got caught stealing. Ouch. That's terrible for the Cardinals. Is it Trevino that's catching tonight for the Yanks? I can't remember. Nope, Higashioka. That one lifted out. Oh, hold on. They're showing what happened in the first inning with the Dodgers and Padres. Looks like Heaney is back out here for the fourth inning of work. He's had a great year with a .77 ERA. I think he's got it down to .75, .74 right now. That one right at the top of the zone to Juan Soto. Soto hitting .249 on the year, 21 home runs and 46 RBIs. Got to wonder what type of contract he's going to end up signing after the season. If I had to guess, we're looking $500 million between 10 and 12 years. Little excuse me check swing, try to beat the shift. Looks like he will, and he does. Little excuse me swing works as kind of a swinging bunt. Says thank you very much. Could not have executed that any better, although I'm not sure that's what he was trying to do on that one. I don't think so. Looks like he's smiling and laughing to himself about it. Looked like just a swinging bunt, essentially. Held the bat down here, got it right up to the zone, and then held the bat still. He's having a nice little chuckle with Freddie Freeman over there at first. Got to get it done any way you can. The Padres get their first run or base runner aboard here in the top of the fourth. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the like. Hard hit ball right to left fielder, though. And Machado is retired on the first pitch of that at bat. One away. Josh Bell would be next, followed by Brandon Drury, and then Jake Cronenworth. Rockies have tied it up late. It's now 2-2 against the Diamondbacks. Braves down to their final 2 outs, it looks like. Trevor May is in for the Mets, trying to shut the door with a 7.45 ERA so far this year. Rangers beat the White Sox. Yeah, they were crushing them earlier. Dane Dunning with his best start of his career, honestly. I think he had 7 innings, only gave up 1 hit in that game. He was the piece that came back from the White Sox in that deal, and he beat his former team today. Let me look at the box score, see how many innings he did pitch. I think it's 7. Yep, he pitched 7 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. Definitely his best start. He struggled to find any run support so far this year. 8 runs might be the high point for him as far as run support this year. Hearn came in and closed it out for them. Kopech got the loss for the White Sox, wasn't able to get out of the fourth. Braves down to their final out now. William Contreras is up there right now. Josh Bell with a little grounder into the shift. Lux was there and just had it hit off of the heel of his glove. It wasn't off the heel of his glove. It was off the heel of his palm. Rattled around for a minute. That allowed Soto to get into second safely. I don't know why he didn't charge the ball. He just kind of played back on it the whole way. But as it stands, that's going to currently go as a hit, it sounds like, because it was a late cover there. Yeah, they do have Judge coming up. 1 swing is all it takes, and he's definitely going to be the AL MVP. He's very clutch so far this year. The 1-2 pitch by May to kind of get Contreras here. Misses. It's now 2-2. Braves down to their final strike in that one. Just want to see if we can catch the end of this one. May is set. All of Mets fandom is up and cheering. Right down the middle, lifted high in the air, but that's a home run. Ouch. Contreras just kind of jogs around the bases. 6-2 now. .360 off the bat, or 360 feet anyway, 100 miles an hour off the bat. Ouch. Still a 4-run game, though. Nothing to be too concerned about. It'll be Ozuna next for the Braves. Let's check in on that Judge at bat. 2-0 against Gallegos. You can tell Gallegos is trying to figure out what to do with Judge here, just looking at his face. Hard hit ball, foul. Off the facade of the along the third base line. Maybe been off a fan. Couldn't tell it was hit so hard. May gets the job done, though, is able to retire Ozuna. And after giving up that home run, one pitch later, figures it out. Lined out to Naquin and left to finish it off. Padres have scratched across a run. Brandon Drury doubled to bring home Juan Soto. With Josh Bell on third and Drury at second. Cronenworth is up. Looks like we have scored another run. Just waiting to see what the update is here. Let me flip it back over to the other game, see if we can see what happened. Oh, there's a base hit there. Will Myers knocking that one into right, and it's now a 3-2 game. Padres take the lead against the Dodgers. Just to kind of update you guys on what happened. Cronenworth grounded out anyway. Allowed the runners to advance. And then Will Myers just got that base hit into right. That scratched across the third run of the game. Now 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. It's a brand new ball game. That one just misses the zone, and it's 1-0. Kim is up to be followed by Nola and Profar. Kim on the year has a .248 batting average, 6 homers, and 37 RBIs. Signed that 4-year, $28 million deal with the Padres last offseason anyway. That one's fouled away, and it's 1-1. Aaron Judge still hanging tough in that at bat against Gallegos. The count is now full. Yankees' last best chance is up right now. Top of the ninth, down by 1 in St. Louis. Full count here to Aaron Judge. Gallegos really searching for what to do. Accepts the sign from Molina, the pitch. Hard hit ball into center. Did he give it up? No. It's going to end up a little short of the warning track. Aaron Judge is retired. Donaldson and Torres will be next. Remember, no Stanton right now. He is out due to injury. Not quite the same protection in that lineup right now for Aaron Judge. Maybe the best locker room guy, but not best player, no. Welcome in, Helen Yeller. Appreciate you joining us again. Two the count now to Kim in that Padres and Dodgers game. This one lifted out into right. Betts takes a couple steps back, now a couple steps in, and makes the catch. But 3 runs come across. Padres take the lead, 3-2. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Pods. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Slip back over to that Yankees game as we're in the top of the 9th. Donaldson is ahead 2-0. That's the second time so far this inning that that Gallegos has fallen behind a Yankee hitter. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. The 2-0 misses outside, and it's 3-0. Yanks just trying to get anything going right now. Top of the 9th in this one. Torres would be next. Just waiting for that Dodgers game to get back out of commercial. Yeah, they did finally get it going. They did need that doubleheader versus the Braves. That division, I think, is going to probably come down to the final week of the season. But if you're a Mets fan right now, you got to wonder if that starting pitcher is going to hold up just because of the injury issues in it. If they stay healthy, I think they're going to take the division. If they don't, then I think you're going to probably fall to the Braves, at least in the to where you get a wild card spot. And in the postseason, you never know what's going to happen. So the trick for them is just to get to the postseason healthy and hopefully take the division. Gallegos not surrendering so easily. It's now a full count now to Josh Donaldson. 1 away in the top of the 9th. The Yankees on the brink of being shut out by the St. Louis Cardinals, the team that they just made a trade with, sending Jordan Montgomery, who started this game, to the Cardinals in exchange for Harrison Bader. That one right there at the knees. Donaldson, all he could do is stand there like a statue. Second out of the inning. Torres will be the final hope. Yeah, the Phillies were definitely out in front. They should win against the Nationals. But good on your Phillies getting the job done. I haven't heard. How far away is Bryce Harper from getting back? Last I heard, he was probably a few weeks. Torres is the last hope here for the Yanks. He's grounded into a double play and struck out twice. Suffice to say, he has not had a good offensive day. The first pitch swung on and missed beneath the zone, 0-1. 20 to 35 days, somewhere in there. So sometime around the beginning of September after Labor Day. Okay. That'd be just in time for him to get amped up before the postseason. And then we'll really see what the Phillies have going. Another swung on and missed by Torres beneath the zone. 0-2. Looks like this one's about over. Lux flied out to Profar, out and left for the first out of the inning for the Dodgers. Joey Gallo due up next. Looks like Toronto just tacked on a run. It's now 5-3 in their game versus the Twins. St. Louis crowd on their feet. The pitch by Gallegos. Fouled off by Torres. Nice piece of hitting there. Trying to stay alive. Yankees trying to avoid the shutout against the Cardinals and their former starting pitcher, Jordan Montgomery. Montgomery today went 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Another one fouled back, and we'll do it again. Clevenger now ahead 1-2 on Joey Gallo in that Dodger game. And that'll do it. Cardinals take the victory. As they're able to retire Torres. St. Louis gets the 1-0 shutout at home against the New York Yankees. Jordan Montgomery is the winning pitcher. Only run of the game came on a Nolan Arenado line drive into center back in the first that scored Paul Goldschmidt. It's the first time the Yankees have lost 1-0 since 2017. Wow. All righty, let's get back to that Dodger game. 3-2 count now on Joey Gallo. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Joey Gallo has a lot of herky-jerky motions until the pitcher is ready. The set and the pitch. That one right at the top of the zone on the inside corner. That's a great pitch by Clevenger. Gallo strikes out for the 2nd time of the day. That's tough when you're struggling. You're not playing every day as you'd hope. You're on a new team. Things haven't gone well for you with the Yankees, and now you're on the Dodgers. That was just painted there by Clevenger. And now you got a pitcher throwing 95-mile-an-hour gas at you and painting corners with it. Just not a good day for Joey Gallo as a beach ball finds its way into the stands or onto the field of play. Welcome back, David. Yeah, I think somebody said that game went final. Phillies are looking pretty good. I still wonder if they could have done something better at shortstop, but they did a good job adding to that rotation, to the bullpen, to center field, addressing 3 big needs. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just had to work all day again today, but trying to do a doubleheader tonight for you guys. Did the Braves and Mets earlier. Doing some Padres and Dodgers now. And then thought we'd catch the very end of the Angels and Mariners, depending on how much energy we have. Cool. Appreciate you joining us. Hoskins, yeah, he's on fire. But yeah, we'll start that stream tomorrow at 11 o'clock, probably a little bit earlier, just to kind of recap the deadline, go over some predictions, and then again, let everybody up to date on what we're going to do here at the Upside with the podcast, with the Patreon, everything that we're doing. So appreciate all you guys subscribing over the past week or so. In the past month and a half, I think we've gained 400 and change subscribers, somewhere around there. That's a lot of subscribers we've gained. Just this past week alone, we've gained 250, I believe. That one's a walk there to Bellinger. I don't know. The Braves, I just think, are going through the dog days of summer, et cetera, et cetera. I really like their team, the moves they made around the edges. I think that all three of those NL East teams will make the postseason. I think the Phillies are probably going to end up taking that final wild card. Braves probably the second to last wild card, and I think the Padres are going to take that first wild card spot at this point. That one misses by Clevenger, and we'll have a mound visit here. Looks like he's struggling with his location. Just to kind of update you guys in case you're just joining us on what we're going to be doing over the next couple of days. Tomorrow, anyway, we're going to start our live stream about 10:30 before the Astros game at 11. And then we're going to do the nightcap for you guys as well. That one's going to start at 6 o'clock, the Sunday night baseball game. Padres versus Dodgers. We'll watch that one. And then probably release a couple of videos, make a bunch of videos for you guys. The big news for us here is that we're going to be starting up our podcast. We're going to release our first episodes on Thursday. We're going to start with 3. That way you guys can kind of listen as you'd like, drive into work, driving home from work, whatever you'd like to do. Wherever you get your favorite podcast, we're going to be uploading it to Anchor. They distribute it to wherever you get your favorite podcast from. So thank you very much for joining us here on the Upside. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. That way you're notified when we do post those podcasts for you guys. Our podcast series will be focusing heavily on the division breakdowns, where we sit right now, and what we could be seeing going forward as we get the MLB season winds down. We'll also be going through quarterback rankings in the NFL before the season starts. Fantasy football drafts are about to get underway. Probably do a podcast on that as well for those of you who are fantasy football fans. Team rankings in the NFL as well. Everybody's favorite so far this offseason is the Buffalo Bills and the LA Rams. We'll touch on those. And then Patreon, we'll be starting that up on Thursday as well. We'll put out a few videos there. We're going to get back to our roots anyway here at the Upside. We really want that to be the focus of our Patreon account. So if you guys really like the content here on YouTube, it's going to be a lot better on Patreon as well, focusing more on the upside, that next step in that sports storyline. That's what we started this whole thing to begin with. That's what I really enjoy doing. Pretty much my entire childhood all the way up till now, I always wanted to be like a general manager of the Dallas Mavericks or the Texas Rangers or something like that. A little bit more realistic nowadays. I realize that's never going to happen. But I know a lot of you guys also like to look towards the future, what your team could do in the future, what your team could do, who they could trade for, who they could sign in free agency. And that's what I set out to do with this YouTube channel. We'll focus on a lot of that. So, yeah, I've been focusing on that future plan anyway. So ever since a lot of the support that I've gained over the past week really has kind of reinvigorated me. I mean, I work a full-time job and I still pull this another 40 hours a week at home, plus try to take care of, family stuff of my own immediate family, make time to go see the folks as often as I can. So trying to get this to eventually become the full-time job and have a little bit more better work-life balance. But for now, with as much support as I'm getting from you guys, I really appreciate it. It really does reinvigorate me. That sounds really great, like a great future plan. I really like your non-biased opinions. You're a great reason to listen to Baseball Info. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll try to do the same thing with baseball, with football, basketball, and hockey. Try to bring all 4 of the sports together here. We do try to cover those for them primarily. We might mention the other sports out there every now and again, but not really anything serious. But for our Patreon account, we'll be focusing more on the upside, as I was mentioning. We saw here at the deadline anyway how Juan Soto was able to be moved. We mentioned how if the Soto deal is able to get done on Sunday, there might be a chance for Ohtani to be moved before the deadline. Of course, that didn't happen. That deal didn't get finalized until early Tuesday. But Ohtani, I think, is probably going to be moved during the winter meetings. The Angels just need to sort out their front office and get realistic with their own front office and ownership group. I understand the owner wants to compete, but they haven't competed in years. They did the right thing by selling at the deadline the pieces that they could, and now's the time to really cash in their one big chip before he loses any more trade value. The 3-2 pitch here to Barnes. Popped up in the air, into shallow left. In a few steps is Profar. Makes the catch, and we go to the top of the fifth. Padres on top 3-2. But that Patreon that we're going to start up on Thursday, we'll let you guys know where to subscribe to that. It's kind of if you guys don't know what Patreon is, it's kind of a monthly subscription thing. That way we can kind of get starting getting some income through this. YouTube, of course, requires you to get 1,000 subscribers before you get there. But thought we'd start that as well and try to have multiple platforms that you guys can follow us here at the Upside. But we'll focus a lot on future endeavors, focus on the free agency coming up for Trey Turner, Carlos Correa, Carlos Rodon, Dansby Swanson, Xander Bogaerts, players like that will hit free agency this offseason. Give you an idea of what that's going to look like, where they might go, teams that will be interested, what their old team is going to do for them if they're unable to sign them. Of course, the biggest piece is Aaron Judge. We might make an entire Patreon just for Aaron Judge. He's that dynamic of a player, matters that much to any team he goes to. That's kind of where we're headed anyway. The rest of this week anyway, as I mentioned, Sunday we'll be doing a couple of live streams. Monday I might do a doubleheader for you guys as well. Tuesday I will not be able to do a live stream for you guys, but I will post some short videos for you guys, finish off the trade deadline videos that we made, and get into some training camp stuff as well. On a Wednesday, we will get right back to it, though, with a doubleheader. We will be doing the Marlins and Phillies on Wednesday at 6:05. Noah Syndergaard's second start with the Phillies, I believe. He'll be going up against Sandy Alcantara. We'll be checking on the Braves and Red Sox as well, see if the Braves are able to right their ship. In the nightcap, we'll watch the Dodgers and Twins on Wednesday. So for those of you who are Phillies fans, mark your calendar. Wednesday at 6:05, we will be watching that one. Andrew Heaney coming back out for his fifth inning of work. On Thursday, as I mentioned, we'll be posting a whole bunch of videos on YouTube promoting the new podcast we'll be starting up, as well as the Patreon, and get into a little bit of the NFL stuff as we're getting started here. And then Friday, we'll cover our first NFL game, NFL preseason game of the year, Packers and 49ers. So keep it here for the latest on that. And then Saturday, we'll also check in on the Rams and Chargers for those of you who are wanting to see some more of the original content that we started this channel with back in November last year when we do the Rams and Chargers. First pitch here to Nola is a strike, and it's 0-1. Heaney up to 67 pitches now. Misses well off the plate, 1-1. If you're a Dodger fan, really like your team this year. Got to worry about the health of that starting staff. Heaney has been the healthiest all of his career. Kershaw is out right now after coming out of the game on Thursday. May is working his way back from injury as well. You got to hope the rest of your horses stay in that starting rotation. Of course, Trevor Bauer is out due to suspension. I'd be shocked if he ever suits up again for the Dodgers. Nice pitch there, and it's now 2-2. Nola hitting 247 on the year, 0 for 1 on the day. As a 631 OPS. The pitch by Heaney, just off the outside corner, and it goes full. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. That one's off the outside corner, and that's a leadoff walk. Never want to see that if you're a pitcher. Worst thing you can do is walk the leadoff guy. You'd almost rather give up a home run, honestly. Walks lead to bigger things. Home run is just one run on the board, and that's it. Maybe you let one bad pitch go. But to give a leadoff walk, that means you gave up 4 balls. Struggling with command, etc., etc. Jurickson Profar digging in. He got a leadoff double to start the game. Tries to bunt here, but pops this one into the seats, and it's 0-1. Looks like he was trying to do like a push bunt down the first base line and couldn't get it down. Batting from the right side of the home plate anyway, with the lefty on the mound. Juan Soto due next, followed by Manny Machado. Padres fans can't wait to have Fernando Tatis back in there. He's probably going to be about a week away, maybe less than that now. That one just off the inside corner, 1-1. Great take there by Profar. He's always had a pretty good eye at the plate, but never really lived up to that top prospect status. Of course, the Rangers at the time, scouting was done a lot differently back then by MLB.com and by Baseball America. It was all done a lot more by word of mouth. You didn't get to see every player every day. Nowadays, with the advancements in technology, you can't just continually blow up the prospect status like the Rangers may have done back in the day that elevated him all the way to #1, even though the numbers didn't really prove that out in the minors. Now, he's still a very good player, but maybe just that high-end prospect status that he once had wasn't exactly earned, more as just word of mouth that ended up just putting too much pressure on him. And then, of course, the Rangers were unable to trade him because they had built up his value so much. They couldn't find a real taker for him until they traded him away to Oakland. In that deal, they got back Brock Burke. In case you're wondering, Brock Burke is having a fantastic year for them, has a 1.1 earned run average. The 2-2 pitch here to Profar. Off the plate inside, another full count for Heaney. He is struggling to locate that fastball, it looks like. He's up to 77 pitches now, as Soto takes a mighty hack in the on-deck circle. Trying to loosen up before he gets in there. Soto's always been an aggressive player. This one lifted foul down the first base line and into the seats about 10 rows back. And we'll do it again. Heaney will have 79 pitches after this offering. This might be the final inning for him. He's pitched well so far, gave up a 3 spot back in the 4th. The pitch by Heaney. A little excuse me swing just off the nub of the bat. And that goes foul. Still 3-2. Through 2 innings in that Angels and Mariners game, still 0-0. Long run there by Betts there, and he's able to make the play, 1 away. It was a nice play there by Mookie. Nola had to scurry back in there to first. Juan Soto due up to be followed by Machado and Bell. Soto got a base hit in his last at bat. Has gotten his average over 250 now for the year, 900 OPS. Started off the year with having really bad luck at the plate. Batting average on balls in play was well below league average. just the normal positive regression anyway, back to the norm, was sure to bring up his numbers, and they have. Little tapper to first. Nola is out at second, and Soto is able to beat it out, though. No double play there. He'll be the runner at first, though. 2 away now in the top of the 5th. Manny Machado due next. Freeman had to hold and wait for that throw for just a moment. And then Turner had to do the same thing while he waited for Heaney to get over there. But they were unable to record the double play. Looks like we're going to have a pitching change possibly. Roberts is coming out. Yep, that is going to do it. 4 2/3 by Heaney. Welcome in, Charles. Appreciate you for joining us again. Chris Martin, the reliever that came over from the Cubs earlier this year. I do. I remember you, Charles. I ain't that big yet. I'm only at 639. Trying to keep that number growing. Hoping to reach 700 here by the end of next week. No, I ain't too big to remember people. I like an active chat. So whenever I get subscribers, I like them to, participate in the chat and, of course, just be courteous. I mean, every now and again we'll have a spammer or somebody nonchalant, but like David, Charles, Declan's joined us pretty good here over the last couple of days. He subscribed to us on Tuesday anyway. Bernard participated on Tuesday as well. Ronald was there as well. We've gained a lot of subscribers. Moneymaker, who joined us today. He's been in our chat before. Zach, who's not even in this chat. Madden Zach. I remember him. Jordan Bain, I think was his name, a Padres fan. Kind of surprised he's not in here, honestly. Usually any type of Padres game, he's always like, hey, let's do that one. But yeah, I'm not too big to remember people. Trying to get this thing going. Dodgers bullpen over the last 9 games, a 1.42 earned run average. Seems like they've corrected some of those issues and added a few pieces back there. I really like the addition of Chris Martin anyway. Really good 7th, 8th inning guy when healthy. When he's not healthy, though, he's going to be on the injured list and giving up the long ball. So far this year in 37 games, 2-0 with a 4.19 earned run average in 34 1/3 innings. 41 strikeouts to 4 walks, has given up 6 home runs, and a .283 batting average. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you. I don't know if you were around earlier, Charles, but I was going through what we're doing here at the Upside tomorrow. We'll have a doubleheader. We'll have the early game of the day that's on Peacock of the Astros. Then we'll have the late game, of course, Sunday Night Baseball, Padres and Dodgers. Monday we'll probably do a live stream as well. Blue Jays and Orioles possibly being the early game. Padres and Giants or Yankees and Mariners being the late one. Tuesday, we'll put out a whole bunch of short videos, but we will not do a live on Tuesday. Got too much stuff going on. On Wednesday, we'll get right back on the horse and have a doubleheader. We'll have the Phillies at 6:05 in Noah Syndergaard's second start against Sandy Alcantara. And then the late game will be Twins versus Dodgers. Thursday, though, the big news for us, we're going to be starting up our podcast on Thursday. We'll have that on Anchor. And we're also going to be starting up a Patreon on Thursday as well. Put out some short videos about that over the next couple of days. So keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you hit that subscribe button here. That way you'll know where to find us. Our podcast will focus a lot on the end of season predictions for like MVP, Cy Young, how we see the division races panning out, and World Series predictions now that we're after the trade deadline. Check in on our preseason predictions, see how we're doing. Our Patreon will focus more on what the upside was originally intended to be, focus more on that next step in the sports storyline. We'll be going over like the Ohtani situation in this offseason, how the winter meetings are going to go with Trey Turner, Carlos Correa, Dansby Swanson, Xander Bogaerts all being a free agent. Nice piece of pitching there by Martin. Gets the strikeout looking of Machado to end things here in the 5th. Beautiful pitch. Tall right-hander, able to have that extension there, fool the batter. Machado didn't even know what to look for on that one. At the end of 4.5, Padres lead it 3-2. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. But Thursday is when we'll have that coming out, so keep your eyes posted for that. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. When we do post any new podcast, any new video, any new Patreon, we will let you know on there. On Friday, we'll get started with the NFL. NFL season is finally here. Hall of Fame game was Thursday. We will cover the Packers and 49ers Friday, our first NFL live stream of the year anyway. On Saturday, we'll do some early baseball, 6 o'clock game, probably do one of the games that's out there. There's a few of them. Padres and Nationals is one of them that I'm thinking about. And then the late game we will do is the Rams versus the Chargers. Super Bowl champs in the Battle of LA. Should be dynamic, even though it is a preseason game. Neither team wants to lose to the other in that rivalry, even in preseason. And then on Sunday, we'll probably do a triple header on Sunday next week. We'll post another podcast on Sunday that we'll put out about 3 a week anyway, a podcast. Patreon will probably put out about 3 to begin with, just so you guys can get a feel for what we're going to do with it. And then post 1 video a week for you guys there. Those will be a lot longer format videos, though. And then the other change that we're going to make this week is that we're going to change the way we do our live streams a little bit as well. You notice here how it's literally just me talking on a screen? Well, I'll still be here, but we will be having some graphics down here at the bottom. I've got some a friend that's going to help me out set up some of this technology for me, possibly have a ticker up at the top, kind of rolling through the scores, stuff like that. So a lot of changes coming your way, so make sure you get in on the ground floor. Had a lot of fun getting this channel started up. As Betts pops this one up. Long run over for Nola, but off the edge of his glove and unable to make the catch. 1-2 now. Clevenger up to 71 pitches, coming off an injury. Got to wonder how much longer they're going to let him go here after the 5th. He's already had 11 games so far this year, but maybe they'll try to stretch him out just a little bit more. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Mookie Betts is 1 for 2, scored a run earlier today, has a .270 batting average with 25 home runs and 59 RBIs. That one just off the inside corner, and the count goes full 3-2. That one rode in just a little too far. Trey Turner on deck, followed by Freddie Freeman. Biggest reason for I think the Dodgers have to hope for this postseason is because that top of that order. Betts flies this one into left, drops in front of Profar, and he's aboard with yet another single. Trick will be keeping all these players healthy. They have a lot of platoons almost everywhere else, but Betts, Turner, Freeman, and Smith are the engine that runs this Dodger organization right now. Without those pieces, this team would be a lot worse off, even with their starting staff. I mean, their number 5 hitter this year has been Max Muncy for the most part. He's hitting 167. That's not good, in case you're wondering. Swing and a miss by Turner. 0-1. His free agency will be a subject of discussion anyway on our Patreon when we do start that. Discuss where he might end up. There's rumors out there that he might head back to the East anyway. Seems like he does like it there. After playing all those years with the Nationals, seems like he may want to go back there. Of course, the Dodgers are going to want to keep him. They don't really have anybody that can fill his shoes right now. Of course, there are going to be other free agents on the market they could turn to as well. The Red Sox had Trevor Story added this offseason. He has not played very well with the Red Sox, though he's on injury right now, on the injured list anyway. Xander Bogaerts is in the final year of his deal. There's no guarantee he comes back. Maybe move over Story there, and Xander Bogaerts might be the guy in LA next year. 0-2 now to Turner. The set and the pitch. Just off the outside corner. Clevenger wanted that one, but it was a little bit off. 1-2 now. Clevenger set. And the pitch. Up and in. Turner bends back out of the way, and it's 2-2 now. Appreciate you guys joining us on a Saturday evening. Hope you guys are having a lot of fun. Watching some baseball, relaxing, enjoying your time with your family. Tonight, the Dodgers offense 5 for 9 with hitters 1 through 4. 5 through 9, 1 for 9. Told you the top 4 are the engine that runs this team. Again, yet another night where it is. That one fouled off. And we'll do it again. Appreciate you guys joining us again. Minnesota has just beaten the Blue Jays, extinguishing their hot start after the All-Star break. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Turner slashes at that one, and it goes foul. Remains 2-2. That was a very awkward swing he took at that one. Went almost off the handle of that bat. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Okay. Now we're getting some likes. Appreciate those. Thank you very much. The 2-2 yet again. This one lifted out into right center. Going back. Soto is there. Makes the leap at the wall. Soto throws it hard into second, but Betts will stay at first. Nice play there by the all-star left fielder. Now turned to right field here with San Diego. Got to wonder if they're eventually going to just make him a permanent right fielder there. Of course, he was probably the best left fielder in all of baseball coming into the year. He's only 23 years old. Freddie Freeman digging in. 0 for 2 so far today. Before and after the All-Star break, he was on a stretch of like 18 hits out of 26 at-bats. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for joining us. Freeman didn't like that one. It's 0-1. All right, now we're getting a cavalcade of likes. Appreciate those. Padres in front now, 3-2 in the bottom of the fifth, one away. Snap throw over by Clevenger, and Betts is back in safely. Thank you for the like. Up to 17 likes now. Wow. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. The set by Clevenger. And the pitch. That one misses low. Betts steals second, though, easily. Poor throw there by Nola. Didn't really have a chance, though. Betts is now in scoring position. Less than 2 outs. Exactly what you're hoping for. The oven mitt, of course, on his left hand, reaching for the base. The 1-1 pitch to Freeman. Freeman this year with runners in scoring position hitting .378 with 11 doubles. Request time here. A little bit surprised the Dodgers didn't go out and do something a little bit more to solve their platoon issues. Instead, they bring in one more guy to add to that platoon who struggles playing in a platoon type of role anyway, with Joey Gallo. I like the addition in the bullpen of Chris Martin. I still think they could have done more, though. Would have liked to have seen a starting pitcher come in to at least alleviate some of the concerns I have about injury issues in that rotation. But as it stands right now, they'll have to go with the horses they got. In fact, they actually traded away a starter in Mitch White to the Blue Jays. That one bounces in there, and Betts stays at second this time. Nice block by Nola, but I thought Betts should have been able to make it. If you're just joining us, we watched the Braves and Mets earlier. Mets trounced the Braves, getting the sweep. Now we're watching the Padres and Dodgers game. Padres in front 3-2. Padres getting all 3 runs in the 4th inning. Juan Soto, Josh Bell, Brandon Drury, all acquisitions at the deadline for the Padres. All of them making an impact here today. Freeman lifts this one out into center. Soto and that was close to a disaster. Soto and Myers kind of collided there in center, just kind of bumped each other more than anything else. Will Smith in his last 2 games, 5 for 6, a home run, 3 RBIs, and 3 runs scored. He's been on a little bit of a tear. Mookie Betts has moved to third. Base hit here scores him and ties the game. We'll see what he can do with this at bat. Hitting .273 on the year, 16 home runs, 58 RBIs. He's 2 for 2 today with a home run already and a single. Maybe his bat's starting to heat up even more. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. Watching the Padres versus the Dodgers, 3-2 in the bottom of the fifth, 2 away. Mookie Betts is on third base. A set by Clevenger. That one plunks him. It'll be first and third now with 2 away. Although I'm not sure that's a horrible outcome if you're Clevenger. Now you get to face Max Muncy, who's not exactly been knocking the cover off the ball this year. That one almost hit him square in the middle of the back. Muncy for the year hitting 167, I believe. He's 0 for 2 today, has flied out and struck out, 10 homers, 34 RBIs. We will have a mound visit here for the Padres just to make sure everything's good. Clevenger up to 88 pitches. I don't think he'll come back out for the 6th anyway. Adrian Morejon, one of the pitchers that was rumored to be in the Juan Soto deal, ended up staying in San Diego. Loosens out in the bullpen for them. He will be getting ready, I believe, for Gavin Lux and Joey Gallo. But remember, the Dodgers do like to platoon, so you got to think they'll probably pinch hit if they can get something going here in the 5th. The first pitch to Muncy upstairs, 1-0. Muncy's always has had a great eye at the plate, so as long as you're able to find the zone, you should find some decent success against Muncy. Once you give him the advantage, though, of a 2-0 count, a 3-0 count, then you can zero in on that one pitch to really drive. This one, they try to get it right at the top of the zone, and they do. Muncy doesn't like that one. That did tickle the inside corner anyway. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that one. Clevenger up to 90 pitches now. At 23 pitches in the 4th, 22 here. This is about to be pitch number 23 here in the 5th. Another one at the top of the zone. This one misses his location and goes towards the outside, but still gets the swing and miss. 1-2 now. One more strike from getting out of a little bit of a jam. Padres holding on to a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 5th. The set by Clevenger. And the pitch. Well upstairs. Muncy moves out of the way. Will Smith scampers down to second, though. Defensive indifference almost on that one. Ooh, that was almost at the eyeballs of Muncy. Smith was off of the pitch, but Smith kind of stopped in between first and second, trying to entice a throw. Nola was not having it. Betts would have scored from third easily if he had thrown it. The pitch. Hard hit. Right field. Back to the wall. Soto looking up. It's gone. 3-run home run by Max Muncy. Ouch. That one hurts. Wow. Max Muncy absolutely hammered that one. That was a mistake. A hanging pitch by Clevenger. Ouch. 5-3 now. Dodgers go in front. Maybe that'll jumpstart something for Muncy, who's having his first real down year. in the last several years, ever since coming over from the A's. 3-run home run gives the Dodgers the lead. Bob Melvin looks like he's going to come out of the dugout upset, smacks the dugout as he comes out to try to get to take the ball from Clevenger. That was a mistake by Clevenger there. Dodgers lead 5-3. Neither one of the starters were able to get through 5 innings here today. Heaney was gone after 4 2/3. Now Clevenger gone after 4 2/3. That was a great swing by Muncy. He was ready for that one, saw that one all the way in. Morahone is coming on for Clevenger here. All Soto could do is race back to the wall and watch it go into the bullpen. 7-game series with this would be nice, especially if the Dodgers platoon players can get going again. Muncy, chiefly among them. He's been such a stalwart in that lineup for years. His ability, his eye at the plate. Nobody liked that on the Dodgers team anyway, aside from maybe Freddie Freeman with that type of an eye. But as it stands right now, the 3 runs that the Padres got in the 4th have been answered here by Muncy's 3-run homer here in the 5th. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Pods. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error so far for the Dodgers. It'll be Gavin Lux due next. Got to wonder if they're going to pinch hit for him or leave him on to face the lefty Morahone. Gallo as well struggles mightily against lefties. He's definitely more of a platoon player at this point with the Dodgers, even though he does need to get some regular at-bats if he's ever going to solve those problems against lefties. But thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. If you've already hit the like button, thank you very much. If you haven't yet, please do so. And as always, subscribe to us here on YouTube at Upside Sports Network. On Twitter, you can find us at UpsideSN. Facebook and TikTok as well. We haven't posted anything on either one of those in a very long time, but we'll get those started going again. But the Dodgers have taken a 5-3 lead on Muncy's 11th home run of the year. Muncy's 2nd home run in his last 4 games, so maybe we are starting to see the Muncy starting to find that power here. Dodgers really need that to lengthen out this lineup, as they're very dependent on those top 4 in the lineup. Bob Melvin was not happy with Clevenger on that one. The second that ball went over the wall, he was having words for his pitching coach. Morahone in 9 games so far this year has a 1-0 record, a 5.56 ERA in 11 1/3 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts, 2 walks, giving up 2 home runs with an opponent's batting average of .222. Starts here in the fifth inning with 2 outs here. Clean slate to face Gavin Lux, who is not lifted for a pinch hitter. He's 1 for 2 on the day with a .299 average, 4 homers, and 33 RBIs. There was a lot of rumors that he could have been one of the pieces that was moved for a starter like Pablo Lopez of the Miami Marlins. There were some rumors out there that he and Dustin May would be part of the headlining package that would go for Shohei Ohtani. Neither one of those moves have happened. Dodgers seem very happy with his bat in this lineup. That one bends in there, and it's 1-2. This one tapped back to the mound, flipped on to first. Bell makes the catch. Nice play by both ends, the pitcher and the first baseman making a lunging catch there. After 5, Dodgers lead at 5-3. For the Padres, they'll have Bell, Drury, and Cronenworth due up. One last thing of all the different things that we're doing here at the Upside with the podcast, with the Patreon, with the YouTube, the Twitter, the Facebook, all those kinds of things. We're also going to be starting, as I mentioned, the live, having more of a graphic down here at the bottom. We're going to be getting some upgrades to the way we do our live streams here. That way you guys can follow along with the game we're watching. Keep the score down here at the bottom, At the top, we'll have a little bit of a ticker of the different scores going around the league. And then the other change we're going to be making, we're going to be doing a daily recap video, keep you updated on everything that's happening with the MLB, NBA, the NFL, and the NHL. And no, it will not be just game highlights or things like that. We'll be getting into the same things we do on every single one of these videos, keep you updated on every story that's going on. Just every day, we want to kind of give you guys a daily recap of what's going on. Those videos will probably be closer to that 10, 20-minute time frame. Probably do them live and then keep them up for you guys to watch later on if you're unable to watch. We'll be posting those almost every day around 10 o'clock. And if we are doing a live like we are tonight, that goes through the 10 o'clock hour, we will immediately, after doing our live that evening, we will immediately follow it up with a weekly recap or a daily recap video afterward. That will be starting, I believe, around Thursday as well. The same day we will be releasing the podcast and Patreon. So appreciate you guys joining us. If you've never heard of us before, welcome in. Upside Sports Network, we follow the NBA, MLB, NHL, and the NFL. We started kicking our tires back in November and cut our teeth anyway in the NFL, doing a whole bunch of off-season type of videos. You know, where could Aaron Rodgers go, that kind of thing. Where could Russell Wilson end up? We did a couple of videos on Russell Wilson to Denver, and then, of course, lo and behold, it happens. Never going to get 100% of them accurate, but we did pretty good on that one. We'll get back to some of that roots anyway with the Patreon, going over more of the stuff we wanted to when we started this channel, more of the upside, what happens next in the storyline. Josh Bell digging in here for the Padres. Bell coming over in that trade for or with Juan Soto anyway. 0 for 2 so far today, reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth. Average at 301 with 14 home runs. An 876 OPS. Takes strike one there. Chris Martin still pitching anyway for the Dodgers after recording the final out in the top of the fifth. He is the pitcher of record at the moment. Swing and a miss. 0-2. That height, the stride that Chris Martin has really lets that fastball get up on you a little bit quicker. Lets that velocity play a little bit higher. That's part of the reason why he's been so successful. That one misses below the zone, 1-2. Alex Vesia loosening out there for the Dodgers. A little bit surprising to see them deal away a guy like Mitch White to the Toronto Blue Jays. Added him to the back end of their rotation, who added another couple of relief pitchers to their bullpen. Added Whit Merrifield as well. Blue Jays look like they're set for a postseason run at this point. Their offense has finally come around. Pitching is starting to perform a little bit better as well. If I had to pick a team coming out of the American League, they could very well be the team. But as I said, follow us here at the Upside. Subscribe. That one hit deep out to center field. Bellinger is there just in front of the wall and makes the catch, tracking it all the way. One away. But as I was saying, make sure you subscribe to us here on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. And we'll give you those postseason predictions anyway for the MLB. Go through some of the MVP races, the Cy Young Award, those type of things, Rookie of the Year. And then before the NFL season gets underway, we'll go through the fantasy football angle. Tell you who to look for in your fantasy draft, who to avoid. Go through some quarterback rankings before we get started. Go through team by team, let you know what's going on with each one. See what happened during the offseason, and then give you a kind of a ranking where we think we're going to go. And then make sure you subscribe to our Patreon, where we'll give you the NFL prediction for what's going to happen this year. Let you know who we think is going to make the postseason, who's not, Super Bowl favorite, etc. 2-0 now. on Brandon Drury. Drury in his first game with the San Diego Padres hit a grand slam for Slam Diego. Found out real quickly what Slam Diego was all about. That one fouled back, 1-1, or excuse me, 2-1. Top of the sixth, one away. Dodgers in front, 5-3 on that strength of the 3-run home run by Muncy in the bottom of the fifth. Been a little bit of a back and forth game so far. Time for the pendulum to swing the other way to keep that going here with the Padres. The 2-1 popped up behind home plate. Will Smith, or Jimmy Barnes is there and makes the catch. 2 away. Looks like that's going to be it for Chris Martin. Dave Roberts is out of the dugout. He will not face Jake Cronenworth. Martin came in, gave him good inning there. Final out of the fourth. Got the first 2 outs here of the fifth. Or excuse me, the final out of the fifth and the first 2 outs here of the sixth. He will be the pitcher of record anyway if the Dodgers are able to hold on to this one. Alex Vesia is indeed coming on. Thank you guys for joining us again. Appreciate it. Let's check in on some of the other scores. The Angels are actually 3-0 in front of the Mariners right now in the bottom of the fourth. That's the only other game going right now. All the rest have gone final. The Mets took both games from the Braves today, 8-5 and 6-2. Cubs beat the Marlins 4-0. Seattle took the first game of the day against the Angels 2-1. Baltimore beat the Pirates 6-3. Phillies 11, Nationals 5. Cleveland took care of business against the Astros 4-1. Tampa Bay lost to the Detroit Tigers 9-1. Texas shut out the White Sox 8-0. Giants 7-3 winners over the A's. Royals beat the Red Sox 5-4. Twins shut down the Toronto Blue Jays 7-3. Yankees lost for the first time since 2017 by a score of 1-0 against the Cardinals. Their former starter Jordan Montgomery was the starter for the Cardinals in that one. Cincinnati beat the Brewers anyway, 7-5. Rockies held on after coming from behind anyway to beat the Diamondbacks 3-2. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard for the day. Looks like we're just getting back. Alex Vesia is coming on. 42 games this year, 3-0 record, 3.15 ERA in 34 1/3 innings, 48 strikeouts, 15 walks. Has given up a couple of home runs and has a .223 opponent's batting average. It'll be Cronenworth, followed by Myers and Kim, should Cronenworth reach. First pitch right on the outside corner by Vesia, strike one. Cronenworth hitting .239 this year, 11 home runs, 56 RBIs. He's 0 for 2 on the day, pop out and a ground out. Does have an RBI so far, though. The second pitch of the at-bat by Vesia, upstairs, 1-1. That one right at the bottom of the zone, 1-2. The set by Vesia. And the pitch. Up and away, 2-2. Dodgers trying to hold on to that 2-run lead here in the top of the sixth, 2 away. The set by Vesia and the pitch. Well outside, 3-2. That one was not competitive. Swing and a miss by Cronenworth. And he goes down on strikes. To the bottom half of the sixth we go. Angels so far a 3-0 lead over the Mariners. Scored 2 in the third. On a double by Ward, scoring Sierra anyway. And then a single by Stassi, scored Ward. In the fourth, Mickey Moniak, the prospect that came over in that Noah Syndergaard deal, hit his second home run of the year, out to right. Chris Taylor coming in as a pinch hitter here. He's going to be coming on for Joey Gallo. As you might expect, he's not allowed to face the lefty. Taylor hitting .238, signed that big deal with the Dodgers this pre-agency, 4 years, $64 million. 6 home runs so far on the year and a .728 OPS. Swing and a miss on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. He's missed a little bit of time due to injury, and of course he's in that platoon. Multi-position type of player as well, can pretty much deploy him everywhere. However, most of the time nowadays he's deployed almost exclusively in left field. Dodgers are not afraid to move you around, though, if need be. That one misses up and in, and it's 1-1. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Really helps us out. Means a lot to us. Make sure you hit that like as well. The 1-1 by Morejon. Swing and a miss. Taylor a little late on that one. That one just off the outside corner. 2-2. Swing and a miss, and again late on that one. 97 this time for Morahone, reaching back for a little extra on that one. And that's the first out of the inning. Taylor, good contact hitter, but just was not able to catch up to the fastball. Bellinger coming up next, hitting 203 on the year with 13 home runs, 43 RBIs. Pops this first pitch up. Left field, Profar drifting over, makes the catch. 2 away. Morahone up to 10 pitches now. Come in and done a nice job for the Padres after Clevenger gave up that 3-run home run to Muncy. Profar hollering, I got it, I got it, I got it all the way in. It'll be Barnes next. Barnes so far today is 0 for 2, flown out twice, a 174 batting average, 4 homers, and 15 RBIs. Fouls the first pitch back into the seats, 0-1. Looks like the Dodger hitters are being a little bit more aggressive this half inning. The 0-1 just off the plate inside, and it's 1-1. That one will just a touch high, and I mean just. 2-1 now. This one lined out into right. Soto is literally taking one step back and makes the catch. Through 6. Dodgers lead 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers, 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the visiting Padres. We'll see if Vesia comes back out again for the bottom half of the 6th. It'll be Myers, Kim, and Nola. 7, 8, and 9 in the order for the Padres. With the win today, the Cardinals have moved into the lead in the NL Central anyway over the Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers have fallen a game back after losing today to the Reds. Got to imagine they'll probably flip-flop a lot more over the next couple of weeks, but I still think the starting staff in Milwaukee will end up proving out. Chris Taylor is going to remain in the game in left for Joey Gallo. Appreciate you guys joining us, watching the Padres versus the Dodgers game, checking in every now and again with the Angels and Mariners game. Will Myers takes ball 1 there. The 1-0. Upstairs 2-0. See us struggling with location here in the top of the 7th. That is not what the Dodgers want to see. Got to imagine they'll have a quick hook as it's only a 2-run game right now. Getting into the late stages. I wondered if they did enough at the deadline to fix their bullpen. They already used one of their acquisitions, Chris Martin. That one fouled away, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch by Vesia swung on and missed. Well out in front is Will Myers. He was the one guy they did hold on to. That was one of their first basemen at the deadline. They traded Luke Voigt in that deal for Soto after Hosmer declined the option to go to the Nationals. Hosmer was then sent to the Boston Red Sox, with the Padres paying literally the entire tab on his salary, on his contract that runs through the 2025 season. Myers, nice hard hit ball through the shortstop hole, or the hole between short and third, and he's the leadoff runner, or leadoff base hit there. Kim will be next. He'll be followed by Nola. Got to think if they continue this track, they may end up lifting Nola for a pinch hitter possibly. They do have a couple of good pinch hitters options on their roster anyway. Nomar Mazara and Jorge Alfaro have both performed admirably so far for the Padres this season. Kim so far today is 0 for 2, hitting .247. Takes ball 1 inside. The bullpen is indeed firing for the Dodgers. Caleb Ferguson loosening right now. The 1-0. Right down the middle, 1-1. Kim taking all the way. Soft toss over to first. Myers is easily back in there. Not exactly sure what that was for. He was barely leading off at all. I guess just to make sure there's not a hit and run on, I suppose. Hard hit ball right to third base, though. Muncy flips to second, on to first. That's a double play. Wow. That was a fantastic turn by Muncy. And Lux, just perfect defense there. Vesia struggling with his location, immediately wiped out with that one. Great job by Muncy. Handled that hot smash there by Kim. Austin Nola will be next, to be followed by Profar and Soto. First pitch, hard smash to Muncy, flips on to first. Oh, Freeman tried to awkwardly bend backwards and catch it like this and dropped it. That was easily an out, but unfortunately, Muncy kind of rushed the play there, just didn't set his feet. He had time, but Freeman just unable to make the play. Runner on first here with 2 away. Not what you want to see, especially with the top of the order coming up in Profar and then Soto. Base hit by Profar really would make the game very interesting here in the top of the 7th. Dodgers lead it 5-3 here, 2 away. Austin Nola reached on an error there. Profar first ball swinging, though, just taps it over to Freeman. Says, here you go, make up for it. And he does. Through 6.5, it's Dodgers 5, Padres 3. As we mentioned, the NFL is just getting underway. Hall of Fame game was this past Thursday between the Jaguars and Raiders. Of course, the starting quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, did not play for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Raiders, though, have a stable of running backs they're planning on using this year. We'll see how they end up deploying them. The biggest acquisition, though, for the Raiders was Devontae Smith. We didn't really get to see that connection between Carr and Adams either. So I have to wait for that for another preseason game or possibly even week 1. But as I mentioned, we'll be covering some games this coming week. Packers and 49ers on Friday, Rams and Chargers on Saturday. We'll give you a whole bunch of content through our podcast starting Thursday next week and through our Patreon as well. We'll go through team by team on YouTube, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, and we'll keep you guys updated what happened with your favorite team this offseason, how they stack up. Yes, there are a few surprises that have improved themselves more than you might have thought. We'll get to those. Looks like Morejon's evening is done. Looks like the Padres are going to go with Chris Matt out of the bullpen. It'll be Betts, Turner, and Freeman here in the bottom of the 7th. Padres are hoping with any luck this will be the last time they have to face the top of the order. Shut them down 1, 2, 3 here in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and you would. That's a tall task, especially with how productive the top of the lineup has been. In 38 games, he's 5-2 with a 276 average. Is Chris Matt has 49 innings pitched, 47 strikeouts, 15 walks, given up a couple homers, and has opponent batting average of 215. First pitch here to Betts is way up and in at the eyes there of Betts. Don't think that was intentional, but that was definitely not where he was throwing that ball. The 1-0 hard hit between short and third again out into left, and Betts is 3 for 4 today. I don't know. He must have read the scouting report today on these San Diego pitchers. He seems to be all over whatever they're trying to do. Good, hard, compact swing. A lot of top spin on that ball. Shoot, a tennis player would be happy with that level of top spin. Trey Turner will be next. He's 1 for 3 today. Chris Matt tosses over to first anyway, just to keep him close. 6 average, 18 home runs with 77 RBIs. Oh no! Machado taps this one off of his glove and it rolls out into left, and he jogs after it. Betts is gonna. Oh, I thought he was gonna try to score from first. Wow. The lackadaisical play there by Machado should have been a double play ball. Instead, it's now runners on second and third with no outs. Looks like Machado just got it off the toe of his glove, I suppose. Yep, kind of nonchalant with it a little too much. That's a tough break if you're a Padre fan. Now you got yourself a serious hole right now. Freddie Freeman, 322 average, 15 homers, 68 RBIs. 0 for 3 so far today, though. Hard hit ball, but fouled on the first base line. I don't know what it is about Nabil Crispant, but they seem to be toned in on what he's offering today. Hard hit ball deep out to right. Soto is there to make the catch. Throws to third, it looks like. I don't understand that. I mean, Trey Turner and Mookie Betts are about equally as fast. Why not try to get the lead runner at home? It was a good strong throw, though, into second there by Soto behind the runner. I don't know. He probably wouldn't have had a prayer at either one, but I just question the location of where he was throwing it. It's now 6-3 Dodgers. They added 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fifth, and 1 in the seventh. Will Smith due up next. He's 2 for 2 with a single, a home run, and a hit by pitch. That one in the dirt, ball 1. Can't let that one get by you. Trey Turner is only 90 feet away. Right there on the inside corner, 1-1 now. Muncy is on deck to be followed by Gavin Lux should it get that far. Heavy shift on here for Smith. Cronenworth on the third base side of second base. This one lifted out into right again. Soto is there. This time he will throw home. And Turner is easily safe. That was a good, strong throw, though, but that was just a little too far. Former Washington Nationals teammates Trey Turner and Juan Soto there. Trey Turner with the too cool for school slide. That's a work of art, that thing right there. 2 away now. Dodgers lead it 7-3, extending their advantage a little bit here. Max Muncy, last time up, hit that 3-run home run to give them the lead at 5-3. That was the last pitch we saw from Clevenger. This one off the hands, popped up, and Kim is there and makes the catch. That's the third out of the inning, but not before a couple more runs cross home plate. It's now 7-3 Dodgers as we go to the top of the 8th. MLB playoffs are going to be fascinating this year. Yes, they are. I'm excited to see where the wild card actually ends up, which team ends up playing who, those kinds of things. I could see a couple of different teams in both leagues, yeah. But I think it's largely down to the Blue Jays, Astros, and Yankees anyway in the American League. Twins, I think, could be the 4th team in that mix, but it just kind of depends on how that pitching really mixes there in Minnesota. If they can get it to really, or put it all together anyway, then we're looking at a possible another contender out there. The Rays, I don't think, are a serious contender. In fact, I think they're going to have a hard time keeping a playoff spot with the White Sox hard charging, the Orioles as well. I do like the pitching of the Rays, but I just think they don't have enough. They added a little bit around the edges, but they didn't address catching. For the National League, of course, you have the Mets and Braves, Dodgers and Padres anyway. But the only team I could see coming outside of that group, possibly making a run, possibly be the Phillies, just to kind of depends on how Thor mixes in Philadelphia. If Bryce Harper comes back healthy, Castellanos can turn it around at the plate. Then you have some clutch hitters there. Cardinals, I don't think, make the playoffs. Even though they just, with the Brewers' loss today, they have vaulted into first place in that division. I don't think the Cardinals end up keeping it. I think they fall back as the season winds down. I just don't think they have enough. Even with the addition of Montgomery and Quintana, the back end of the rotation, I just don't think they have enough to compete night in and night out against those playoff teams. Evan Phillips is on for the Dodgers. 42 games so far this year, 5-3 record, a 1.5 earned run average. That's fantastic in 42 innings. 11 walks, 50 strikeouts, has given up a couple of home runs and a 161 batting average. See if he can continue that success. He'll face Soto, Machado, and Bell, the heart of that Padre order. In his last 25 games, though, Evan Phillips has only given up one earned run in his last 24 innings pitched, with a 127 opponent average. Tall task here for the Padres to try to come back, but it must be done if they're going to win the game. That one just off the inside corner. In fact, I think it might have tickled the inside corner. Phillips unhappy with the home plate umpire that he didn't get that call. 2-0. If you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. Hit that subscribe and like button. Soto 1 for 3 on the day. That one again just off the inside corner. This time it was called a strike, almost in the exact same spot, maybe an inch or two higher. Soto just wondering why that one was a strike and the other one was not. The 2-1 pitch here to Soto. That one misses well off the plate inside. 3-1. Soto looking to cause some damage here. The pitch, well off the plate inside. 5-pitch walk here to Soto. Not a common occurrence there by Phillips, walking the leadoff man. It'll be Machado, Bell, and then Drury, should it get that far. Padres 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error so far today. Dodgers 7 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. The set by Phillips. And the pitch. Machado swings at this one, lofts it behind first base. Will it drop in front of Betts? It does. It gets by him. Freeman is out there, though, to quickly gather it. Soto, it looks like, had to stop at second because of how close Betts came to making that catch. But as it stands, it's now 2 on with nobody out. Little pop-up. Sometimes they fall in. Sometimes they don't. That one just is able to elude Mookie Betts. Looked like he just reached his glove a little too far out. Not quite enough, anyway. It looks like it just went underneath the glove like this. If he had just leaned it more like this, he would have caught it. Great effort, though, by Mookie. Josh Bell digging in. If he's able to get a hold of one, we're looking at a 1-run game. And remember Slam Diego? If he reaches, Brandon Drury, who hit the grand slam in his first game with the Padres, would look to do it again here in Los Angeles. Strike one there on the outside corner to Bell. Padres trying to get something going here in the 8th. 2 on, nobody out in the top of the 8th, trailing by 4. The 0-1 popped up by Bell. This one is in foul territory. Muncy is there and makes the catch. 1 away. Drury is next, to be followed by Cronenworth. Drury is 1 for 3 today. He's your designated hitter. Did have an RBI double and then scored a run. He's hitting .271 with 21 home runs and 65 RBIs. Having a great year for Cincinnati and now for the Padres. He's on a really cheap deal as well, possibly the best bang for your buck on the market right now for only $900,000. Suffice to say, the Reds were not expecting that type of production. Very happy with the results so far, and it even netted him a good prospect out of the Padres system. That one right there on the inside corner, 1-1 now. Phillips up to 10 pitches now. The set and the pitch. Right there at the knees on the inner half of the plate. 1-2 now. Looks like Drury's looking for something completely different. Drury does have that pop in the bat. We talked about that grand slam. Does have an .856 OPS as well. This one fouled back. 1-2. Evan Phillips is set, and the pitch. This one lifted out into center or left center. Drury lets out a holler. He knows he just missed that one. Taylor calls it in though. Runners are going to have to stay at first and second. It'll be Cronenworth. Last chance here in the 8th anyway for the Padres. Just got to keep this inning going, though, if you're the Padres. Don't want to go to the 9th trailing by 4, especially if the Dodgers decide to go with Craig Kimbrell to make sure that there's not a comeback. 0-1 now on Cronenworth. He's 0 for 3 on the day with a .239 average now. Taps this one foul. 0-2. And the 0-2, just off the outside corner, 1-2. 98-mile-an-hour fastball there. He's able to retire Cronenworth here. Would have been a great inning for him. Working around some adversity. Really should give Roberts a lot of faith in him come postseason time. This one tapped foul again. And we'll do it over. That one lashed foul down the third base line. Should Cronenworth reach, Will Myers would be next. Myers is 2 for 3 on the day so far. The set by Phillips. And the pitch. Right on the inside corner, strike 3. Phillips is pumped, as he should be. And looks like that might be the last best chance there for the Padres, as they will have Myers, Kim, and Nola due up in the top of the ninth. But first, they're going to have to deal with the Dodgers. They're going to have Gavin Lux, Chris Taylor, and Cody Bellinger due up. Looking to tack on some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 8th. We'll see if they bring out Chris Matt again for the Padres or if they go to that bullpen one more time. Appreciate you guys joining us. Just kind of run through things one more time before we wind things up here tonight, as this game kind of gets to or draws to a close. Got a lot of live streams we're going to be doing for you over the next week or so. Tonight we did a little bit of a doubleheader. Tomorrow we're going to have a doubleheader as well, starting at 11 o'clock. We'll probably start a little earlier, though, around 10:30, just to kind of run through some different headlines. But we'll be covering the first game of the day of the Astros anyway. Around 1:15, Frankie Montas takes the hill for the first time for the New York Yankees. They'll be facing the Cardinals anyway. The two teams that were in competition for his services. So we'll see how he does in his first outing with the Yanks. On Monday, we might do another live stream. Just kind of depends on how early I'm able to get things done with work. That'll be the Blue Jays and Orioles at 6:05, and then at 9:10, Yanks and Mariners. If depending on how early or late we get off, we may end up doing the 8:40 game of the Padres and Giants on Monday. Tuesday, we will not be doing a live stream. We'll be going over a whole bunch of different videos as well. Post those to our YouTube. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Go over the last bits of the trade deadline. Go over some training camp stuff and some fantasy draft stuff as well. On Wednesday, we'll get right back to it, though. Have a double header for you guys. The 6:05 game of the Phillies and Marlins. Noah Syndergaard's second start anyway with the Phillies, and then the 9:10 game between the Dodgers and Twins. Thursday, though, that's where we're going to have the biggest changes coming out. We'll be starting our daily recap video around 10 o'clock that day. We'll have a 20-minute live stream anyway, kind of give you all the different headlines of the day. We'll also be starting our podcast, posting those first episodes on Thursday. We'll post 3 episodes. That way you guys can get a feel for how the podcast is going to go. We will also make a video version of that available for you guys here on YouTube. But you can find that podcast on Anchor and wherever Anchor distributes those out to, wherever you watch or listen to your podcasts, Apple, etc., you should be able to find it on there as well. And then finally, of course, we're going to be having our Patreon that will be starting up on Thursday next week. Be a subscription-based service that will be focusing mainly on what we wanted to do originally with this YouTube, and that was to focus on the upside, the next step in that storyline here in sports anyway. So, for instance, the trade deadline is done. What does that mean next going the rest of the way? What does that mean for the playoffs this year? What does that mean for the MVP and Cy Young race? What does that mean for Shohei Ohtani after the season is over? What does that mean for Trey Turner, Xander Bogaerts, Carlos Correa, all those other free agents that are coming up? That's kind of what we'll be focusing there on Patreon. We'll also be giving our season predictions for what's going to happen, who we think is going to win the Super Bowl. So make sure you subscribe to us here on YouTube and on Twitter at UpsideSN, as Lux lifts this one out to left center. And just over the head of Profar, Lux is on his horse trying to dig in there, and it looks like he will have a double. Nice piece of hitting there for Lux, trying to get things going. Suarez is the new pitcher here for the Padres. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Chris Taylor digging in. 237 average now. He did strike out in his first at bat after pinch hitting for Joey Gallo. He struck out both times he was up. Taylor fouls this one straight back to the screen, and it's 0-1. It's like Suarez isn't fooling him too much here in this inning. We'll see if he can pick it up. Long pause here by Suarez. The set and the 0-1 fouled off. Kimbrel loosing, as is Reyes Morianta. .100-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-2 now to Chris Taylor. Dodgers with a 4-run lead at 7-3 here in the bottom of the 8th. They've committed a couple of errors. Padres have committed one of their own. Fouls this one off. The 1-2 misses beneath the zone. 2-2 now. Bellinger on deck. Looking to find some success anyway, but hasn't been able to replicate that MVP form he once had. Looks like those days are long gone for him. Luck's getting a little too dancy there at second, so Suarez steps off. 2-2. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Dodgers leading the Padres 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Gavin Luck's leadoff double anyway is out there at second base. A little tapper here to third, but foul, and we'll do it over. Long pause. Can't wait for the pitch clock, honestly. Robo umps as well. Anything to make this pace of play and the game better for fans, honestly. Another foul ball. Pace of play has been an issue for Major League Baseball for the past, 20 years now, and they're finally starting to address it with incremental improvements, with rule changes, etc. They've experimented with the pitch clock pretty much every level of the minor leagues, just seeing which one will work the best in the majors. We saw that in the 2020 season anyway, where they experimented with a number of different rule changes because it was a pandemic shortened season. Some of those worked, some didn't. Taylor lifts this one out to right. Soto is there at the wall. Lux will easily make it into third, though. One away with Lux now in score, or 90 feet away anyway. Another long fly ball, caught or not, will resort in more runs scoring for the Dodgers. Looks like we might have a mound visit here. Not really sure the reason for this one. I mean, it's a 4-run game. Let's get going, guys. So far, Padres have gotten 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. Dodgers 7 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. All right, looks like we're finally back anyway. Bellinger digging in, a 203 average, 13 homers, 43 RBIs on the year. Gavin Lux at third base, 90 feet away. Infield is in. Heavy shift is on for Bellinger. That one misses low. That's 1-0. That one fouled off down the third base line, 1-1. Suarez working a little bit quicker now. Of course, I say that, and now he's back to being a little slower. This one hard hit into right center field. This one's going to get down and off of the wall. That's going to easily be a double here for Bellinger. And it's now an 8-3 ball game. This game is just about over now. Just in case there's any doubt, Dodgers have tacked on and keep tacking on here. It's now 8 runs on 10 hits so far today. In fact, if it gets much more of a blowout, we might call it early. That way we can do a little bit more for you guys tomorrow. But as it stands, it's now an 8-3 ball game. Padres are going to have to do something here in the ninth, although they have the 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up. Little tapper by Barnes. That's the second out of the inning there. Bellinger moves to third again as he gives Manny Machado a massage on the shoulder. Okay. Mookie Betts due up next. He's 3 for 4 on the day. He's been fantastic. Really raised that batting average. It swings at the first one here and lifts it out about 10 rows back behind the visiting dugout. The 0-1 here to Mookie. right on the outside corner, 0-2. Looks like he went with a little bit of an off-speed pitch there. Trey Turner is waiting on deck. Padres really like to just end the inning here and just get out there for the ninth and see if they can push across a run. The pitch by Suarez up and away, 1-2. Betts has scored 3 times today so far. Has 3 singles in the game. This one lined right to Cronenworth, makes a nice leaping snag right there at second base, and the inning is over. Great defensive play there. That looked like it would have been 9-3 with his 4th single of the day for Betts, but it is not to be. We go to the top of the 9th. It'll be Will Myers, followed by Kim and Nola, barring any pinch hitters, of course. Curious to see which way they go, Morianta or Kimbrel. If I had to guess, they're probably going to bring Morianta. He was the only one really throwing out there when they did flip out to the view out there. However, if he does start to get into some trouble, Kimbrel's probably the guy they go to here. We'll see what happens. I did not. I didn't get home in time to be able to start it. I got home about midway through the second quarter. Had a lot of fun at work on Thursday, let me tell you. Giving me even more reasons to want to do this more full time. Unfortunately, adults can sometimes act like petulant children. Something I don't have to really deal with too much on here. If I get a spammer who starts to act like a child, all you have to do is hit, block or hide or whatever. Can't really do that in real life. There is no block button for somebody who's acting not their age. Reyes Morianta is coming on. 17 games so far this year, a 4.34 earned run average, 18 2/3 innings pitched, 8 walks, 24 strikeouts, has given up 4 home runs with an opponent batting average of .217. The first NFL game we'll be doing this year is the Packers and 49ers game on Friday, more than likely. But again, if I get off late, might affect that. If I do get off a little bit late, we'll probably do the baseball game later in the evening. And then on Saturday, we'll definitely be doing the Rams and Chargers game at 9 o'clock on Saturday next week. So for those of you who are very excited to get some NFL, keep your eyes peeled for that. Not on here, no. I don't know. Everybody's pretty much been participating in the chat's been pretty good. But now, like, literally ripping stuff up and tossing their broken pieces of stuff around, and then running out the door. Yeah, you don't have to deal with that here on YouTube. Yep. I told you guys I work in glasses. The guy was unhappy that we couldn't use his glasses, so he ripped them into pieces, his own glasses in front of me, and then just like threw them down the hall, just to kind of, hey, I'll show you kind of a thing. This is my heart rate the entire time. Like, you're not impressing me, dude. Bye. Will Myers now 2-2 on him. He's 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of singles. Swing and a miss. Great breaking ball by Morianta. Looks like he was expecting a fastball there. That fooled Will Myers. One away. Dodgers 2 outs here, away from taking a victory against their division rival Padres. Got to think as we get closer down the stretch here, the Padres won't fold as easily as they did last year. Trent Grisham is up here pinch hitting. All of that because of Melvin, now the manager there. More experienced hand at the helm. Maybe bring some calm to that locker room. Grisham this year hitting .195, 13 home runs, and 41 RBIs. Certainly has not had the success that he had last year with this Padres team. That's part of the reason why they had to go out and make some moves. This one's lifted out down the first base line, and Lux is there. 2 away. Padres down to their final out. Austin Nola is the scheduled batter. We'll see if he gets pinch hit for. Oh, it will be Nola. 0 for 2, did have a walk and also reached on an error so far today, hitting .246. Ball 1 outside. The set by Morianta and the pitch. Down low. 2-0. Profar and then Soto would be next, should they get something going. But first, you have to have Nola reach here. Off to a good start so far with a 2-0 count now. The pitch. Right down the middle, hammered to left, but this is going to be playable. Taylor is there and squeezes it. That's the ball game. Dodgers take it 8-3 over the Padres. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow as we will start our stream probably about 10:30, 10:45. Astros versus the Guardians. We'll check in on the Yankees and Frankie Montas making his first start as a member of the New York Yankees as they go against the St. Louis Cardinals, the other team that was in the mix for his services. And then in the nightcap around 6 o'clock for Sunday Night Baseball, we will have the Padres and Dodgers. Make sure you subscribe to us here on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll have a podcast coming out on Anchor here on Thursday. We'll also start up a Patreon, so make sure you subscribe to us here on YouTube and on Twitter. That way you know where to find us on both of those sites. And appreciate you guys joining us again for some baseball. Thanks, Charles, for joining us. Appreciate it. And y'all have a good evening out there, okay? We'll see y'all tomorrow morning.